Wide Sky, Part 2. If you like what you hear, subscribe. There's more of the Fracture Cosmology on the channel. Chapter 13. The Graves, Not the Equation. The third keel went up from the north field at first light, and the whole field stopped for her. The keel was a grain hauler, with 5 generations of Austrey weather in her plates, and 6 days of Silva's new steel underneath, and she rose the slow, hard way heavy ships rise off heavy worlds, a column of noise Locke felt in his teeth, dust rolling out red across the stubble, the empty cradle smoking behind her. Nobody cheered. The Farron stood where the work had stopped them, faces lifted, wide dark eyes full of the red dawn, and watched her shrink to a spark in the high haze. Then a woman by the water butts said something low in the old dialect, and the field turned back to its loading all at once, as if one hand had turned it. 68 aboard, Odai said. The speaker of the Farron stood at the head manifest table with the bound lift roll and drew his line through the flown names, precise as a mason. 41 of them children. The council weighted the first keels young. I'd have done the same. You will forgive us, Captain. We did not ask what you would have done. It was courteous, and it closed the subject. The pen moved on down the roll. At the emptied cradle, Silva's section and a Farron rig crew were already towing keel 4 in from the strip, an oarboat with her holds half converted, venting from a cold-soak test. Silva stood under her stern with a Farron machinist, both of them looking up at a lift jet older than the corridor it would climb, and as Locke passed, he caught the engineer's verdict, delivered unasked. She'll do it twice more. After that, nobody flies her but somebody who hates himself. The machinist answered low in dialect, and Silva laughed, and the sound carried oddly far across the field. Locke stayed at the tables through the morning, because aboard the ship, lift was windows and tonnage on a plate, and down here it was this: lamp oil and bundles. A council clerk reading family names aloud while the families stood still to hear their whole lives said in public. A girl arguing a wicker cage past the weight rule. Twice before noon, a name was answered with silence. The second time, it was a dyer and his wife, bundles already on their shoulders. 3 words to the clerk. The clerk looked down the table at Odai, and Odai came and heard the 3 words himself, and drew the line himself. The dyer bowed to his speaker, and not to Locke, and walked with his family off the field, away from the boats, out to the inland road, where carts stood loading in the stubble. Seed crates, forge tools, the makings of a winter. Morrow stood among the carts. Locke had seen him at council twice, both times across the width of the long hall. Up close he was broad even for a Farron, gray coming into his hair, with the forearms of a man who had made tools all his life. And he watched Locke come with neither welcome nor offense. There's deck for every name on the rolls, Locke said. There will be, to the last window. I wanted you to hear that from me. Now I have heard it from you. Marrow's voice sat low even for Austrey. Behind him his people went on loading. A girl swung a crate up over a tailboard without a glance at either of them. You are courteous, roadmaker. I will say so at council. The man was courteous. Families are coming off the rolls behind you. Whatever you've weighed for yourself, they're weighing you. I know whose deck it is, Marrow said, and I know whose road. He took up the next crate. You will hear my whole answer at council, Captain, where it belongs. It is longer than you think, and it is not only mine. Sethi came across the stubble at his working half-run, coat flapping. He had been in the record house since before light and looked it. 30 names off the roll since yesterday, Sethi said, watching the carts. 11 the day before. It isn't the climbs, Aiden. The climbs terrify them, and they queue anyway. It's this. A breath. Give me the councils tonight. Odai will speak, and Vesses open the record house to me. If they hear the founder's own logs read out beside the lift rolls, some of them will come back to the tables. He looked at the inland road a moment longer. And some of them will still choose the carts. That has to be allowed to be true. Whatever you need, short of holding a window, Locke said. Ops broke in on his ear at midday. Dawes flat and quick. Keel 3 had company on the climb. A Varay cutter riding her flank to the corridor mouth, close enough to blank her aft sensors. And 2 Marshall boats stood at the second lock, heaved to under an inspection that was inspecting nothing. Nobody's fired, Dawes said. Nobody has to. He started charging for the road, Captain. You'll want to be upstairs. Locke went up with the noon boat. By the 5th day of the lift, Raid's method was plain enough to put in a brief. His cutters rode 1 climb in 2 from field to corridor mouth, never firing, never falling further off than the width of a nerve. Marshall boats were held at the locks under inspections that found nothing and were meant to find nothing. Warning fire came twice, across the bow of a lighter that had drifted off the marked lane and ahead of a Farron boat whose pilot tried to buy back a stolen hour. 11 hours bled out of a window that had none to spare. Nothing burned, and the fields, by every report Sethi sent up, grew more frightened with each climb. Rook spent the mornings at the ops plate, marking Viray habits into the corridor overlay in a reach-hand shorthand nobody aboard could read and everybody aboard had started relying on. Early in the standoff, Dawes had checked those marks against his own picket charts. By the 5th day, he'd stopped checking. "Tell me what you see," Locke said at the evening brief, and put it to Wells first, because Wells was newest at the table. "It's a sweep, Captain." Wells traced the held points on the plate. "He touches the same places on a cycle and reads what we do about it. Escorts, holds, tempers. And he's—" the hesitation of someone checking her own arithmetic. "He's not slowing us as much as he could. Not near." "Because slowing us isn't the job," Dawes said. "He's pricing the lane. What we'll pay, where we'll bend, what we do when a climb gets shaved. You don't run a survey like that unless you mean to bill somebody." At 1940 on the 6th day, Wells sat up at the comms bench. "Carrier on the corridor common, Captain, unencrypted." A half-beat she'd have been drilled out of at the academy. "It's Ensign Raid, for the captain of the Dawnward, by name." "On the common," Dawes said. "So it's not for you, it's for the lane." Locke stood at the plate. Keel 5 was out of the north field and climbing, 81 souls on the flown roll waiting to resolve. 4 boats sat strung between the locks. The corridor ran gold and thin all along fall to Ostry, and every hull on it carried the band the man had chosen. Renwick had asked him, in a closed office at High Reach, to control what this reach meant. Nobody had said anything about the reach calling back. "Then the lane hears somebody answer him," Locke said. "Put him up." "Captain Locke." The voice came quiet and doubled, relayed hull to hull down the corridor repeaters. The voice of a man who knew exactly how many ears he had. "Ensign Raid." "You've been introduced," Locke said. 4 keels flown and a 5th on the climb, and your cutters know my lift schedule better than my own ops room." "They should. It's what they're for. No heat anywhere in it. 11 hours I've cost you, Captain, with 4 cutters and patience. I could make it 30, and you could not stop me, and I haven't. Before you hear my price, the lane is going to hear my reasons. It's owed that much. So am I." The traffic bench flagged him. Lock 2's window had moved, 4 boats requesting. Lock closed the channel at his collar. "Fly them, all 4. He opened it again. "Run your boats, Captain. I'll wait." They flew. Raid's carrier hissed, empty, while the 4 small hulls came up the lane through the freed lock. "Say what you called to say." "My grandfather had no word for a son going out. Understand me exactly. Not a rare word, not an old word. No word. The thing did not happen. In my father's time it happened, and the old men argued what to call it. In mine, the children learned the word with their letters." A beat. "3 lifetimes, Captain. Ask your own surveyors what a sky should lose in 3 lifetimes. Then come out here and count this one." "Skies change," Locke said. "I won't insult you past that. I've seen your sky. But a dying sun is a grief, Raid, not a verdict. You're asking the lane to hear a verdict." "I'm coming to the verdict. Your map is a public thing, the one honest kindness your civilization ever did us, that anyone may watch. There is a salvage plate in the meeting hall of every hold I have wintered in, and on every one of them, my whole life, I have watched your roads come up gold. Out from soul, gold past gold, year past year. And beside every plate there is a window, Captain, and through the window a sky. Every sky the gold grew near went sick inside a lifetime. Every sky the gold kept far from, held. 50 years I have watched it, in every hold in this reach, and I have never once seen it go the other way." The carrier hissed through his pause. "We watched your roads brighten while our sons died." At the ops table, nobody moved. In the hatchway, where she had appeared some time after the first exchange, Ensign Vale stood with her arms folded, watching the plate, and only the plate. Locke kept his eyes on the corridor. "Then bring it forward," he said. "Your skies, your dates, your keeper's records. There are boards for exactly this. The record gets authenticated, it gets reviewed, it gets weighed in the open, and if it stands, it changes what Earth does in this reach and every reach after it." "Review," Raid said. "Boards, authenticated, the open." Each word set down like a coin counted back to a debtor. 4 words, Captain, where a believing man would have needed 1. The cutter came in on the heels of it, out of the sunside blind. Keel 5 was past the second lock and 2/3 up her climb when the contact flashed on Wells' board, and by then it was already inside the climb corridor, crossing the keel's line at 200 meters, flat and fast, close enough to trip every proximity alarm the old hauler carried. The keel's pilot, a Farron oarmaster on his 3rd ascent ever, flinched the hull off her line, and a heavy hull on a heavy climb has no line to spare. A jet lift went amber, edged red, and the whole slow tonnage of her began to yaw. 5 Dawnward. Dawes was on the Marshall band before the second alarm sounded. "You're fine, he's showing off. Nose on the corridor, feed your climb, don't give him your tail. He's in front of you and he is not coming back around." And off band, in the same breath, "Gun watch, track the cutter, nobody fires." The keel came back onto her line the slow way, wallowing, the jet easing down through amber. The cutter pulled away sunward and slowed to its station. 200 meters, Dawes said, to the ops room at large. "At climb speeds." Locke opened the channel. The anger came up late and all at once, the whole week of it. 81 people on that keel, farm families, Rod. You crossed a loaded climb to decorate your argument. Yes, Rod said. For 1 minute, Captain, you stood at your plate and watched a thing you could not stop happen to people you answer for. A breath of carrier. I had 50 years of it. Now we can talk. Down the lane, boat traffic had gone thin. The whole corridor was listening. I am going to say a thing once on this band, because your civilization writes everything down, and nobody has ever written this. I had a wife and a son. The world was hers. The line had farmed it 3 generations. Wheat and a kind son, and your road passing one junction over. Near enough to see the gold thicken on the hall plate, 20 years of it. Trade, lights, other people's plenty. Then the light came up wrong one spring. Thin, the way a lamp is thin when it is carried away from you. The wheat came up believing it was autumn. Nobody's instrument said anything, because nobody's instrument was there. A wheat world, one junction off the gold, isn't worth a mark. Your board has said so 3 times since. The 3rd year, the frost stopped leaving the hollows. The 6th, it stopped leaving the fields. We were an exporting world when I married her. We were eating seed stock when I buried her. The boy went the spring after, with the last hard frost. He was 9. Nothing moved at the upstable. They're in the ground where the frost doesn't leave at all now. Look for it while we talk, Captain. The whole lane can look with me. You won't find a mark within 12 hours riding. Nothing there your board ever wanted. On your ledger, the world my family lies in never happened. Locke looked. Where Raid meant him to look, the plate offered nothing at all. Somewhere down the lane, a keel pilot keyed his carrier twice and let it go, and another answered it, and no voice followed. I'm sorry for your wife and your son, Locke said. You are. A pause. That I believe. Your survey sent a decent man, which was wise of it. It changes nothing, Captain, but I will say it at my own fires. The man was decent. Then help me make it more than sorrow. Locke picked the words, knowing the lane held every one of them. Grief a board can wait out. You know that better than I do. Evidence is another animal. Your keeper's skies, your dates, whatever your holds remember. Give me the record, Raid, and I will carry it as far up as I'm cleared to stand, and then further. My word on an open band. The record. For the first time something moved under the voice. No louder, only lower. 50 years, and you're the first of them to ask me for it. And you're asking so your boards can tell me my dead are, what is your word for it? Anecdotal. The carrier hissed. I can't give you what you're asking, because I never kept it. Understand what I am, Captain. I'm not a philosopher. I kept my people fed, and I kept them moving. I put my hand on the plate glass over your bright roads every winter of my life, and I watched, and the watching went one way. Near the gold, the sky sickens. Far from the gold, it holds. I've heard 6 stories about why, from 6 holds, and I believe none of them, and it has never mattered. One day some clean-handed clerk of your own will find you the reason, with instruments in your own language, and you'll believe them inside the hour, because they'll be yours. I won't live to see it, and I don't need to. You keep asking me for the equation. I don't have the equation. I have the graves. The graves are enough." Wells sat very still at the bench, one hand flat over the link she was holding steady. In the hatchway, Vale had not moved at all. "Now the part that's yours, Captain, though the lane may keep it. You fly an unarmed ship for the gentlest arm of the richest power there has ever been, and you run this lift like a man paying something down. I know the walk. I do it too. Earth's plenty has stones under it. Your fencing wars bought your abundance and were not gentle about it. And with men your age, there is nearly always somebody under one of those stones. Whoever yours is—" He left the pause where a name would have gone. "You came out here to make what they paid worth having. So I won't call you a liar or a fool, and you won't wave me off as a grieving man, because neither of us would believe it. You and I have had the same week, 1,900 souls on the rolls. I keep my own count, and mine agrees with your speakers, and the same arithmetic. Who rides, who stays, what a window costs, who answers for it after. We're the same size, Captain. That's why it's you I'm going to bill." Locke squared a slate against the table edge, and squared it again. Across the plate, Dawes watched him do it, and went back to his board without a word. "Keel 6 goes up inside the hour," Locke said. "Southfield, marginal weather, because you've priced the calm days out of my window. Your cutters stay off or climb." "They will. We're nearly done." The voice went back to its inventory. "Here is the last of it, then, the part your survey will want word for word. Your ship has been proving this reach since the day she crossed the span. Every observation, every node your boats have sunk, every mark your corridor stands on. The record and the keys that answer for it, your authentication package, Captain. That is my price, for the road and for everything that rides it." For a moment, the size of it kept Locke from answering at all. "The package isn't cargo raid. It's not mine the way fuel is mine. I know exactly what it is. Terms at first light, in writing, under a parlay flag. Read them before you tell me no. A last breath of carrier. You're a fair man, Locke. The whole lane says so. I intend to make full use of it." The channel clicked off, and the corridor common was locks and windows and boat calls again, the lane's ordinary voices coming back one by one. Nobody at the ops table spoke. On the plate, Keel 5's mark resolved at the corridor mouth, gold, proven, 81 souls onto the flown rolls. "Keel 6, Locke said. "Get her a window." Chapter 14. The Ugly Trade. Raid's terms came up the channel at 0610 ship time, itemized in clean survey format, which was its own kind of insult. Dawes read them twice at the ops table while his coffee went cold. The second reading didn't improve them. He hadn't expected it to. Item 1, the authentication package, all of it. The master record of every observation the Dawnward had proven since the span, the seed keys to every node they'd sunk down the corridor, the certifications that made the evacuation lane a lane instead of a rumor. Item 2 offered against it the evacuation completed under Varay escort, every Farron boat that could lift, lifted, free passage for the Dawnward to the span mouth. Item 3, an answer inside 3 days, delivered in person or not at all. And beneath the items, in the same clean format, one line that wasn't commerce. The ones who stay keep their world. He wrote it like an invoice, Sethi said. He'd come in with his own coffee and stopped drinking it somewhere around item 2. Escort, passage, as though we're trading grain. That's why he wrote it that way, Dawes pushed the slate to the middle of the table. "You can argue with a monster. Nobody argues with an invoice." Locke stood at the plate with his arms folded, the reach drawn in light in front of him. The corridor threading up from Ostry, 4 Farron boats on it now, climbing slow, and the Veray picket lying off at the edge of the volume like weather that hadn't decided. Since the Parley flag went up, not one Veray hull had moved on the corridor. That was in no item on the invoice. It was there anyway, legible in the deployments, if you'd spent a war learning to read them. "See what my word buys." "Vale," Locke said. "Tell me what he's actually asking for." "Everything." Vale didn't look up from her own slate. "It's not a copy he wants, it's the keys. The marks already published remain. Nothing takes those back, but the road stops growing. No new node can inherit our provenance, and no board can license a permanent corridor without his keys." She turned the slate flat. 2 months of this ship's life, and the only authenticated record this reach has ever produced. That's what the word package is doing in Item 1. "And the license?" Sethi asked. "No package, no license. The board can't certify a route on our say-so. The entire point of the ledger is that nobody's say-so is good enough, ours included." Vale's voice stayed level. "Without it, the road stays a track, for decades, maybe for good." "Which is exactly what the man wants," Dawes said. "So somebody should say the ugly part out loud, and it may as well be me. It's a fair price." That bought the silence he'd known it would buy. Sethi looked at him like a friend who'd brought the wrong guest to dinner. "Not fair like decent. Fair like the sums close. He gets the road, we get the boats out and our own skins home. The Farron who stay get—" He flicked 2 fingers at the last line. "That. Whatever that's worth, from him. And from what I've seen, it's worth what he says it's worth. The man honors a trade. The Farron say so themselves. I've been shot at by plenty of people whose word bought less." "You're serious," Sethi said.
"I'm always serious. That's why I'm funny." Dawes pushed the cold cup aside. "I'm not telling you to take it. I'm telling you it isn't a mad dog's price, and if we walk in there treating him like a mad dog, we'll play the whole thing wrong. He isn't after our cargo. He's asking Earth to stay off one road, and he's found the single lever in this reach that does it." Locke hadn't turned from the plate. "You'd hand a raider power the keys to the lane 1,900 people are depending on." "I'd know what I was buying with them, is all I'm asking anyone here to know." Dawes stood, his knees reporting the hour. "Take the meeting, Captain. Every hour that man spends pouring tea is an hour nobody shooting at the boats. Load the fields while he talks." "That's cold," Sethi said. "It's free," Dawes said. "Out here, that's rare enough to frame." Locke looked at the corridor a while longer, the 4 gold-thin tracks crawling up it. Then he unfolded his arms. "We take the meeting. Sethi, you're with me? I want your read on the man, not his terms. Dawes flies. A beat, and the fields load while he talks."
The Veray had named a dead transfer platform 2 hours off the corridor, stripped to its frames generations back by whoever had gone dark out here first. Its drums still turned on bearings no one living had greased, and Dawes brought the launch alongside with 4 gun mounts tracking him the whole way in, declared, lit on his board, polite, the way a drawn blade on the table is polite. 2 Veray boarding craft lay back down the volume, station-keeping off the Dawnward's flank at a courteous 1,000 meters that could stop being courteous in 90 seconds. Nobody had mentioned those in the invitation, either. "They're showing us the knife drawer," Dawes said, and put the skids down soft as an apology. Mind your manners at dinner." The old ring corridor was cold enough to show their breath. 2 guards with slung carbines walked them in without a word, and the room at the end of the walk was a cargo bay with a pallet for a table, 2 work lamps, and the Reach's most wanted man standing behind it with his hands loose at his sides. Raid stood to meet them. Courtesy, and under the courtesy the message, "I don't need you seated to be safe from you." In person he was spare and straight-backed and somewhere past 50, gray at the temples, dressed no better than his guards. A man human in every line of him, and still somehow out of a sky Earth never raised. His eyes went across the 3 of them without hurry, and put each one where he'd already decided they went. "Captain, Dr. Sethi," the faintest pause, "Mr. Dawes." The man at Raid's shoulder didn't stand because he had never sat. Boarding armor gone soft and gray at the joints from use, a slung weapon he wore like a tool he'd stopped noticing, and a forearm guard with something laminated flat along it. Severin. Dawes had heard the name from 3 Ferrin before he ever heard it from Viray traffic, and the Ferrin said the way you name a reef. In the consolidation years, Dawes had run escort against 100 boarding chiefs and knew the breed at a glance. A breath later, he revised it. The breed performed, the stare, the trophies, the theater. This one was doing sums. "You've read my terms? Sit or don't." They sat. Raid remained standing, which Dawes noted without surprise. "You'll understand," Locke said, "that we have questions before we have answers." "You have one question." Raid poured water, actual cups, some habit of hospitality that had outlived its world, and set one in front of each of them. "You want to know what I do with your package, since a raider with a survey is a dog with a chess set, so I'll spare us the circling." He set the jug down. "Nothing goes home. Your board licenses nothing. The road stays a track. The corridor nodes answer to my keys after I choose what moves through this reach and past whose sons it moves. And when the others come, the Corwood houses, the combines, they're already sniffing the span, Captain. Your flag drew them. I'll hold the only proven survey of ground they intend to fight over. I won't need to outgun them. They'll buy their sky from me." He said it without heat, a man reading a delivery schedule. "Your Earth calls that piracy. Your Earth licensed 4,000 transits a season through the Herat Reach and calls that commerce. I've stood on what commerce leaves." "Your reasons I've heard," Locke said. "On the channel." "You have. I don't perform them twice." Raid turned a cup a quarter turn and left it. The doctor wasn't on the channel, so 1 line and then business. "I have graves under suns that failed when Earth's roads came near them. That's my politics. This road will not widen." Sethi leaned forward, and Dawes watched him do the thing Sethi could not help doing, which was reach toward the man instead of away. "You could chart this reach yourself. Your people have flown it for generations. You know it better than we ever will." "Better than your instruments do, yes." Something that wasn't a smile touched Raid and left. "And none of it worth a mark, Doctor. My people are raiders on your ledger. Our word authenticates nothing. That's what losing looks like 3 generations on. Yours are the only marks this reach has that Earth's board would trust." He nodded at Locke 1 centimeter. "That's what I'm buying, not the map, the believing." The console at Severin's elbow chirped twice. Severin read it without moving anything but his eyes, and then turned the board so Raid could read it too, and spoke for the first time. His voice was soft, unhurried, the voice of a man confirming a fuel load. 2 boats off the north field, early, outside the agreed window, no clearance. Loaded past their frames, both of them. Call it 140 souls between them if the field was frightened, and the field was frightened. A pause of pure procedure. The near flight has them 90 minutes before the corridor mouth. Nobody moved. Everything changed anyway. Options, Raid said. Burn the lead boat's drive and she drifts. We tow her back to the field. Nobody dies if their pilot keeps his head. Severin's eyes stayed on the board. Or the flight takes the lead boat and tire, and the second turns home on her own. Cheaper in fuel, dearer in Farron. He said dearer in Farron, on the same scale he'd said fuel, one column beside another, and the cold of the dead drum came up through Dawes' boots. Dawes had done sums like that years back, and it had taken a war and a direct order to make him do them, and this man was doing them at a water jug. That was the thing to be afraid of, Dawes decided, not cruelty. There was no cruelty anywhere in it. The moral argument had been finished somewhere years behind that face, and all that remained was the remainder. As Severin marked the board, his guard arm turned under the work lamp, and the laminated strip along the forearm caught the light. A sky chart, hand-plotted, the ink gone brown, crease lines pressed white through the constellations, where it had been folded and carried a long time before anyone thought of laminate. The stars on it were joined the way a patient child joins them. "Is that a chart?" Senti asked. Quietly, a step past Sense, Senti walking toward another closed door. Severin looked up at him like he'd look at weather. "My sky." "Which?" "None on your ledger." He went back to the board. Rade let the silence sit exactly long enough to be understood, and then looked at Locke. "Captain, your view?" There it was, laid on the pallet between the cups. The demonstration. Whatever Locke said, Raid's mercy or Raid's flight went out under an Earth captain's word, and the parley became a partnership an hour old. Locke's jaw moved once. "Let them go." "Let them go," Raid said to Severin, in the same tone, and Severin keyed the stand-down with no more ceremony than he'd built the intercept. Raid turned back to the table. "Price the next 2 boats against your answer, Captain. I won't do that twice, either." He picked up his own cup at last and drank, and set it down, and his eyes came to rest on Dawes with the flat weight of a man who'd read a file. "You flew Consolidation escort." It wasn't a question. Dawes gave it a nod anyway. "Then tell your captain what a license does to a narrow reach. He'll hear it from you." Locke's eyes came round too. Sethi's. The 2 guards at the hatch might as well have leaned in. Dawes turned his cup a half-turn and gave it to them straight, because a straight answer was the only thing in the room he still controlled. "Traffic goes up 100-fold inside 10 years, Dawes said. Escorts follow the traffic. Fleet follows the escorts. 10 more and there's a duty schedule, a toll regime, and a garrison, and it stopped being anybody's sky and started being a road with opinions. I flew protection on 3 of them." The water tasted of old tanks. He put it down. "He's not wrong about the traffic, Captain. He was never wrong about the traffic." "Thank you, Mr. Dawes," Raid said, and there was nothing in it, no triumph, which was worse. "I don't need your pilot's blessing. I need your keys. 3 days from my terms. 2 now. In person, whichever way it falls. I'll honor the flag both directions." He straightened. "You came further than any of them ever come, Captain. Do one more unusual thing." They argued it round the ops table for the better part of a day, in shifts, like bailing a boat. Dawes made the case once, whole, because it deserved making whole, and because nobody else aboard would touch it. Hand over the package. Finish the evacuation under Viré escort with not one more boat burned. Take the crew home alive down a road they'd come up. Earth loses a license to a reach it had done fine without since the beginning of the species, and the people who live here keep their sky out of the traffic. And before anyone says it, he said, yes, the first thing this reach ever said to Earth was don't open the road wider. 4 years it said it into the dark to anybody. He's the only party at this table proposing we actually do as it asks. Vale came back at him with the slate still in her hand, and she didn't raise her voice, which, with Vale, was the tell that it mattered. The warning is in the package, Dawes. The voice, the baselines, the Farron records, every authenticated trace that any of it happened. Whoever sent that message spent 4 years asking Earth to know something. Bury the record in a raider's vault and nobody ever knows it. That isn't obeying the warning, it's erasing the fact that it was given. She set the slate down flat. And there's a thing out here killing suns in decades. I can't prove the why yet. Everything I'd prove it with is in that package. It goes to him, and this reach never happened, and the next dark sky gets filed under stellar cycles by people we made sure could never check. The next dark sky might be 40 years off, Dawes said. Those boats are lifting now. On a lane, Sethi said, that his keys would own by morning. He'd been pacing the bay end of the table. He stopped. Half the Farron who mean to go are still on the ground. His escort holds, while his interest holds. And past the span mouth, then what? High Reach won't worth 1,900 people who arrived off a road that officially isn't there. The corridor certifications aren't paperwork, Dawes. They're the door. I promised those people a door. You promised them out, Dawes said. He's offering out. He's offering his out. Passage that lasts as long as his arithmetic says we're useful. Sethi's warmth had gone somewhere hard, and it sat strangely on him, like a coat borrowed from a bigger man. I've trusted a smiling man past sense once before in my life, and I know exactly what it costs and who pays. Dawes looked at him and didn't reach for the joke, which he supposed was its own answer. Somewhere 3 reaches sunward, his grandkids were growing up under a licensed road in the plenty at the end of it, and had never once needed to look at their sky and count. Both things were true. That was the whole trouble with the age. Both things kept being true. Say we refuse. Dawes turned to Locke instead. Walk it forward with me, Captain. He resumes, we fight the evacuation through against a fleet that was built for exactly this, in a survey ship that wasn't, and some of those boats burn, and maybe some of us with them, and for what? So the package goes home, and a board at High Reach can license the very road the voice begged us not to build? He put both hands flat on the table. He spends the Farron to be heard. We're about to spend the Farron to be right. Somebody at this table tell me the difference, because from where I've sat, and I have sat in every seat in this conversation, it rhymes. The silence after that one had weight. The difference, Locke said at last, is what happens next year. He took his time getting there. Play yours forward too. The survey loses an authentication package to a raider power at gunpoint. What comes through the span after that isn't a survey ship, Dawes. You know the doctrine better than I ever will. It's escorts. It's the license anyway, 5 years late and armored, on a reach that's now a proven threat instead of a blank. The only version of this road that stays narrow is the one where Earth chooses to keep it narrow. And Earth can't choose a single thing about a reach it's never been allowed to know exists. He kept going, He had more reasons. He gave them all one after another, the charter and the refugees' birthing rights and the mark's integrity, stacking them like a man shoring a wall. And Dawes listened to the stack grow and understood that the captain had decided an hour ago and didn't like the decision any better than Dawes did. And past all of it, authentication is the one thing in this universe that can't be taken, only given. He knows that. It's why he asked instead of boarding us. If the survey gives it up under guns once, then every mark we've ever made, anywhere, is a question of who was pointing what at whom. The ledger stops meaning true and starts meaning strongest. I won't be the captain who did that. Not for him. Not even for him being right.
He is right, Vale said. About the traffic, possibly about all of it. I want that on the record while we refuse him. So does he, Dawes said. Want it on the record. Locke's thumb stopped. Noted, both of you. He looked round the table once. Sethi, Vale, Dawes. The empty chairs of the watchstanders who'd hear it second-hand. We refuse. The evacuations runs. Whatever it costs us, we pay it, and not the Ferran. That part I mean to keep. He stood. Dawes, fly me back out there. Aye, Captain. Dawes gathered the slates, squared them, dry as dust. You realize he'll take this better than the rest of us will.
He did. Raid received the refusal standing behind the same pallet, in the same lamplight, and the word no went into him without leaving a mark on the surface. The cups stayed in their crate. That was the only difference the second visit got. Then we go on as we were, Raid said. I'd hoped you'd hear the reasons, Locke said. I heard them from here. You wear a decision like wet paint, Captain. Raid came round the pallet and stopped a pace short of the two of them, and looked at Locke with something that in another man, another life, might have been fellow feeling. One question for my own accounts. Your pilot, did he agree with you? No, Locke said. An honest ship. Raid nodded once, as though a figure had balanced. It won't help either of you, but it's rarer than you know. Go. They were at the hatch when Severin spoke, not looking up from his board, the soft voice carrying down the cold of the bay like water finding a drain. Clear of the launch fields by tomorrow's dark, Mr. Dawes. A stylus moved, marking something. The Ferran will be off them by then. Dawes flew them back with the plate, telling him the rest. The parley flag came down off the Varay-net before the launch had crossed half the gap, and the picket was already reforming, boarding craft peeling off the Dawnward's flank, the whole weight of the deployment sliding, hull by hull, toward the north field side of the volume, exact as an itinerary. Beside him, Locke watched it too, and said nothing, and neither of them made the other pretend otherwise. The Dawnward took them in. Dawes was climbing out of the seat before the skids kissed, already keying the bay channel. Ops, Dawes, flags down, picket shifting north field. The man keeps a tidy calendar, so we run against it from right now. Gun watch to stations and stand rotating, and get word down the corridor. He slung his flight rig on the hook by the hatch, where it lived, where it was going to be living a lot. Tell Ostry to load faster. Chapter 15. The Ones Who Stay. The first voice out of the Kindred's founder log was a woman's, and she was reading a fuel manifest. Day 106 on the ground, the voice said. Earth plane. Level. Tired in a way that 120 years of storage had not softened. Forward cells at 11% and falling. Water condensers running. Grain stored dry, thank God. Say it again, The grain store is dry. A pause, a rustle, and then the same voice gone soft, hardly meant for the log at all. She's asleep. Same page as last night. Works every time. Satie sat on a bench of ship plate, polished by 5 generations of use, in the forward hold of a starship that had become a meeting hall, a granary, and finally a founding stone. And he had to put his stylus down because his hand wasn't steady enough to be worth anything. He said she was reading the manifest to a child. To her daughter. Vesa stood at the reader with her arms folded, watching him rather than the machine. She had been watching him like that for 3 days, a keeper deciding, entry by entry, how much of her people's memory a roadmaker could be trusted to hear. There was nothing aboard that was not procedure. The children of the first years were raised on burn tables and cargo rolls. My grandmother could recite the kindred's mass tables to 4 decimals, and did at her own 100th year to prove her mind still had its teeth. And the child slept? The child slept. Something moved behind Vesa's guard, not quite a smile. It is a very dull book, the manifest. He asked for year 40 next, and then year 90, and Vesa gave him both. And this was the part Sethi would have crossed the reach for on its own. The same families, the same festival addresses and harvest tallies, and year on year the vowels widening, the pace slowing, the pitch coming down as the heavier air and the heavier world came into their mouths. A whole language drifting, and he could hear it happen in an afternoon. Earth going out of the voices the way light goes out of an evening, so gradually that nobody in it could have said when. By year 90, the speaker was reciting a grain tally and what any academy examiner would have marked as a foreign accent, and it wasn't foreign. That was the thing that kept catching Sethi under the ribs. None of it was foreign. It was his own species' voice, gone 5 generations down a different road, and every strangeness in it was a human answer to a place humans were never meant to hold. In one of the first-year entries, the woman counted her daughter down to sleep. 10 for the burn, she murmured, 9 for the road, 8 for the long fall, 7 for the quiet. A launch litany worn into a lullaby, some checklist out of her working life made soft enough for a child. And the count ran down to 1 and stopped, and the log hissed, and Vesa lifted the core out of the reader with both hands, like bread out of an oven. "You have heard the beacon stack," she said. It wasn't a question. The whole crew had heard it by now. The old plea, in a voice 2 generations dead, to whoever opened the road, "We are still here." And beneath it the warning, younger, added when the sky began to sicken. Odai's voice, that second one, 30 years younger and already steady. 2 generations of message on one patient emitter, crying into the dark on the kindred's last working throat. "I've heard it," Sethi said. "I heard it before I knew what it was. It's why we're here." "It is why you are here." Vesa set the core into its case and pressed the lid down. "Odai's grandmother made the first recording. Odai kept it transmitting when half the speaking yard wanted the cells for other work. You could say the beacon is the reason for everything now happening to us." She said it without any heat at all, which was worse than heat. "I have 6 days of copying left, and 4 days to do it in. So tell me what the survey wants of my records, Ravi Sethi, and I will tell you what it may have." "We can lend you copying hands, machine time, whatever you need." "Copying is not the question." She turned from the shelf, and for the first time since he'd come down to Ostry, she looked at him the way the log woman's voice had gone at the end, medium pause, off the record, hardly meant to be heard. When my people are on 9 hulls under 9 skies, and a child on the 10th asks what she is, what do I answer, and with which crate? That is the question. Copying is only wires.
The speaking yard sat under the kindred's ribs, where the hall had been opened out and roofed in her 2nd century, and by the time Sethi arrived, the benches were full, and the overflow stood 3 deep along the plating. Cold lamps on the old frames. The speaking iron, a meter of ship metal, drive section stock, worn bright at the grip, going hand to hand down the rows, because under these ribs only the holder spoke, and even the road-maker's war waited its turn. They were not arguing with Earth. That was what Locke, listening through the link clipped to Sethi's collar, would have needed said first. The Farron were arguing with each other, and the rolls closed at tomorrow's sun. A man from the far shore stations had the iron, salt-scarred, still in his sea gear. 6 families at the winter shore and mine at the Cape. The boats reach us 4 cycles from now, if the town gives up turns. The town has not offered. The town's turns are children's turns, a field keeper, on her feet, hand out for the iron and not waiting for it. You want it said plain? A Cape family against a town child, and someone has to choose. I will choose if the choosing falls to me. I will not be clean after, and I will not pretend to be.
The iron moved. The keeper of the birth-house took it, and stood a while before she spent it, and the yard let her stand. 41 names in my house the climb would kill, she said. Not the raiders, the climb. Old hearts, new lungs, 2 women I will not name who would not finish the burn. I have said it to each of them and to their children, and I will not say it softer for the yard. She sat. Along the benches, Sethi picked out some of the 41 by the faces around them, the way grief shows first in the people 1 seat away. The pump keeper spoke from where she stood, iron in her fist, like a tool she meant to use on someone. The boats drink from my lines, the field lights from my plant. If I lift, the field is dark in a day, and the last cycles die on a cold cradle. If I go, the last cycle dies on a cold cradle. So I stay, and my line crew stays, and when the last boat burns, we bank the plant down to a stayer's load, and that is that. She was already handing the iron on, and then she checked and swung back, and her voice went from the yard's business to her own. But I stay so the going can go, Morrow. I am not staying under your reasons. My staying is mine. Sethi wrote that down in her own words. He was keeping a roll nobody had asked him for, every name that told him no, and the reason as the speaker said it, and he did not examine what the roll was for. An orchard man rose, one of the families that had struck their names off in the first week and never put them back. Formal, sparing, old idiom. I have seen the road-maker's rolls. Name, age, bloodline, birth. That is a ledger. What goes into a road-maker's ledger does not come out as itself. It comes out as an entry. On their stations we would be entries with rations. Here I am a man with trees. He looked at Sethi as he said it, not unkindly, and Sethi met the look and did not argue, because the man had described the survey's manifest accurately, and the difference Sethi believed in was not one he could prove tonight. Then Morrow took the iron, and the yard went still. Sethi had spent 3 days learning the man, and understanding him changed nothing, and that was the discovery Austri kept handing him. His whole craft, the listening, the patience, the finding of the sense in which each party was right, brought him level with Morrow and no further. He had built a career on the faith that if each side could truly hear the other, the gap would close. Here were two people who heard each other exactly, and the gap stood where it had stood, and he had nowhere to put that.
30 years the beacon cried into the road, Marrow said. Your hand on it, Odai, over mine, and the road heard. The iron swung slowly toward the field, the boats, the sky. And what came up first out of the widened road? Their survey, and behind their survey, the wolves, fighting for the carcass of our reach before we are done dying in it. I grant the road-makers this, they did not light the wolves' way from malice. It matters to no one in the ground. A slow breath, the low Farron pitch carrying to the last row without effort. Every settlement on this world trades the same truth, whatever earth scholars say of it. The going out walks where their roads run. Our grandparents watched a clean sky. We watched the dark come in. And now the people of the road will gather up the people they have ruined and carry us to their bright stations and feed us and count us, and our grandchildren will hold out their hands for earth's bread under earth's lamps and be grateful, and that is a longer death than the sun's. The iron came down butt first on the plating, one strike, like a gavel. We will not be refugees under the power that killed our son.
There was no cheer. The yard's answer showed in posture. A third of the benches with hands flat on their knees, the sitting Farron way of standing with a speaker, and a woman near the front already on her feet, answering him without the iron, her family's names on the rolls, her voice cracking on it. That he was welcome to his grave and had no claim to her daughter's company in it. Two of the pump keeper's crew shouting, a section of the far shore benches shouting back. The iron went up over Marrow's head, offered to the yard, ready for the next hand. The last hand to take it before Odai's belonged to an old planter, and the yard had to quiet twice before her voice found room. I am not with Marrow, she said. I am not with anyone. I put 3 children in this ground before any road-maker's boat came down, and the sky is going out, and I mean to be under my own roof when it does. She set the iron on the bench beside her, gently. That is the whole speech. Odai spoke last, as speakers did, standing under the main rib where his grandmother had recorded a message for a road that took 120 years to answer. When the kindred came down, we were 400, and the ship would never rise again. The first speaking under these ribs weighed one question: spend the cells on the beacon or on keeping the grain dry? We chose both and ate thin for it, and everyone in this yard descends from that thinness. The gray head turned along the benches, unhurried, taking the whole of the yard in. We have never once been of one mind. We have only ever been of one people. So, the rolls close at tomorrow's sun. Those who go, go as Farron. Those who stay, stay as Farron. The going do not abandon us, the staying do not accuse them, and nobody claims another's staying for a banner, however good the banner. The look he gave Morrow then was 40 years old, and Sethi, watching, could not have said where the anger ended in it and the friendship began. Speak your names to the rolls, the yard is done. Sethi sent Morrow's speech up to Locke that night as Morrow had spoken it, word for word, and added nothing under it. By the next morning, the field had a rhythm you could set a clock by. Boats down, cradles fed from the pump keeper's lines, boats up to the waiting hulls, and Wells at the manifest table in the middle of it, running arithmetic on the future with her sleeves rolled. 11 cycles left if Dawes's window holds. She turned the slate to Sethi as he came up, though the numbers had not changed since the last time she'd turned it to someone. The far shore stations need 14. I've run it 9 times. Her jaw worked. Sorry, you know it's not arithmetic, it's people. I keep running it like it's arithmetic because that's the version I can do something about. Sethi ran it a 10th time, changed nothing, and gave the slate back. What he wanted, and it came up his throat with a pressure that 3 decades of contact work had taught him to recognize and not obey, was to promise her the number would move. Somebody senior saying, "We'll find a way," in a warm voice. It would have cost him nothing and been worth exactly that. "Get the Cape family on the fuel run," he said instead. "The tender that tops the boats, it lands, it lifts, nobody manifests it as a passenger cycle. That's 1 family, then it's 13. Wells looked at him and wrote it down, and her voice came out steadier for having a job in it. 13. Rook worked the far side of the table with a link in each ear, doing the thing not one member of the Dawnward's crew could have done, talking to the Reach in its own grammar. One of the marshaled hauls, a cold hauler, master getting nervous at the picket reports, wanted guarantees before she'd hold orbit another day, and Rook's half of it drifted across the field in pieces. "Nobody's asking you to like the flag. You're not carrying the flag, you're carrying farmers. Because when this Reach gets carved up, every settlement in it will remember which hulls came when it was ugly and which hulls priced the hour. You want to be a price, or you want to drink free in every port from here to the Cape for the rest of your life?" A pause, an amused grunt. "Course you can think about it. Think fast." A Ferran woman on the ramp queue had been studying the bone ridge along Rook's brow, that build that belonged to neither Earth nor Austri, and asked him plainly, in the old idiom, whether he was of the road or of a world. Rook cut the link long enough to answer. "Both," he said. "Neither. Depends who's asking," and went back to the cold hauler's master, and the woman nodded slowly, as though that had been one of the acceptable answers. The birthhouse keeper walked the medical rolls with Sethi at midday, striking names. She struck them in her own hand, 1 line each, saying each name aloud as she did it, a custom he didn't ask about and would not have interrupted for anything. Part way down the 2nd column stood Tekka, who was on the rolls, watching the keeper's stylus come down toward a name that was obviously a grandmother's, braced everywhere except the eyes. "The climb kills her," the keeper said to Tekka, gently, in the sense that a stone can be set down gently. "The raiders only might." Tekka carried a seed crate off to the boats, and Sethi watched the boy make 3 trips of it, each one at a slightly harder walk, doing the grief with his legs, since nobody was going to let him do anything else with it. That afternoon, a mother stepped out of the ramp queue with her boy on her hip. Nothing dramatic. She reached the scanner arch, and her feet stopped, and she moved sideways out of the flow and stood at the rope with her whole body asking to be somewhere else. The berths were short. The efficient thing had a script. Sethi knew it cold. He had once read a moving crowd as a willing one, years ago, and 1 bad hour, and people had paid for the difference all their lives. He marked the berth open and passed it to the next family on the roll, and to the mother he said only that the queue ran until the window shut, and where the water station was, because the boy looked thirsty.
Dawes came down the link as the field lights went on, flat as a hand on a table. Pickett stickening on the sunward line, Raids pulling his screens in. My window was a guess when I gave it, and it's a worse guess tonight. Fly the boats like they're stolen. Dawes, out.
Under the corridor mast at the field's edge, Silva was 3 days into an argument with the launch corridor anchor, a survey rig doing a job no survey rig was rated for, and losing it slowly, with patience, on his back in the red dust with his arm inside the housing. Sethi took him a flask on the way past. Silva drank half of it, looked at the sky the boats had to climb through, and gave the flask back. "Tell them to stop scheduling miracles," Silva said, "or schedule fewer, either." Vessa's record house on the last evening smelled of hot resin, 6 days of copying compressed into 4. Her copyists, children with steady hands, chosen the way you choose them for lace or for fuses, had gone to their suppers, and the finished cores stood racked in crates along the wall, each crate lidded, each lid carrying a list, and the lists themselves copied. "Every hull carries it entire," Vessa said. "All the memory on every ship. If one hull dies, the memory does not die with it." She said it as a fact of engineering, and then stood with her hand on the crate nearest the door, and the engineering went out of her voice. "The originals go up with the first children, and after that they travel wherever the most of us are. I had thought a record was a place, Ravi Sethi. I kept this room 40 years as if the room mattered. It never did. A record is whatever a child can still be read to sleep from." She took her hand off the crate. "You may tell your survey the copies exist. The originals are not Earth's and will not be catalogued by it, and that is not open to negotiation or to kindness." "Understood," Sethi said, "and it won't be offered as kindness." On the shelf by the reader, she set out the little bottle of oil the machine wanted every second month, and squared it to the shelf's edge, label out, where whoever stayed would find it. He walked up the beacon rise afterward, in the dark, because the light in the emitter shed meant Odai was doing what Odai did. The speaker of the Farron had the access panel open and a wrench in his hand, servicing a transmitter that had already done everything it was ever going to do. "30 years I climbed this hill at night," Odai said, without turning, "so my wife would not see how often the thing needed me." The wrench moved a quarter turn, another. "Morrow was my friend before he was my opposition. Did your 3 days teach you that?" "They taught me he'll bury the ones who stay with him," Sethi said, "and that he knows it, and thinks it a better funeral than one on High Reach." Odai closed the panel and wiped the housing down with a cloth, a courtesy done to a machine, and under the red thumbnail of the sun the two of them looked at the settlement's lights and the field's lights beyond. "I am the speaker for his people and for mine. There is no place I can stand that does not tread on someone. That is not a complaint, it is only the job description, late in the reading." The old idiom made the joke sideways and made it land. Then the low voice came around to him, and it was the beacon keeper's voice off the stack, 30 years on. "When you write us into Earth's record, and you will, it is what road makers are. Write that we were not of one mind. A people of one mind is a dead people. Write the going and the staying in one line, and set no verdict under either." "I'll write it in your words," Sethi said, "not ours." Odai handed him the wrench. "Hold this," the speaker said, and knelt to gather the cloths and the little tools into their roll, and that was all the answer the offer needed. The last morning came up clear, and for 3 hours the evacuation of Austria was the best work Sadie had ever been part of. Boats down and up on the pump keepers' clean lines. The far shore families, 4 cycles worth, delivered overnight by sea because the Cape had answered its own arithmetic with hulls Rook found them. The queue moving, and at the ramp head a knot of children waiting their turn at the boat, counting a skipping count to keep their feet warm. 10 for the burn, 9 for the road, 8 for the long fall, 7 for the quiet. 5 generations from a first mother murmuring her daughter down to sleep on a manifest, and not one of them knowing where the count came from. Sadie knew. He wrote it down with a hand not much steadier than it had been in the record house, and put the stylus away. Tekka went up on the second boat of the morning. The grandmother came to the rope to see it, and gave him a jar of seed with the wax still warm on the seal. "Sour apples first," she told him. "They take a year to decide. Plant them angry, and they decide against you." She fixed the collar of the boy's coat, one tug, the way she had done 10,000 times. "Go on, the boat will not wait on an old woman's weather." The mother from yesterday stood in the queue again, boy asleep on her shoulder, and this time her feet carried her through the arch. Sathi found her chit himself and put it into her free hand and asked her nothing at all. He was at the manifest table, marking the roll, gone up, 214 this morning. The birth house, staying. The pump crew, staying. The orchard families, staying. Morrow's people, staying. One planter, under her own roof, staying. When high over the field a point of light flared where no light belonged, brightened, and came apart into slow white pieces. Another, west of it. The counting at the ramp head straggled and stopped. Every link on the field opened at once, and through all of them came the Dawnward daws, flat and fast. "All stations, pickets through. They are coming down. Dotes fly now, or they don't fly. Dawnward is engaging." Thin white lines stood down out of the morning sky, drawing toward the field. Sathi put the roll in his jacket and ran for the children at the ramp. Chapter 16. In It. The strafing run came up the valley at rooftop height, and Wells found out she could get flatter than the ground. Face down at the base of the throat mast, both arms over the lane board. The board kept the road open for everyone still on this field. Her skull was her own problem. She got the sound after the dirt, a tearing shriek that bent as it passed. The field jumped. Clods came down across her back, and something heavier came down a long way off and rang. Then the cutter was gone, banking left over the east ridge as they'd all banked left all morning, and Wells spat frost mud and got up. Her legs did it in the wrong order, but they did it. "Lane check," Silva said. He hadn't left the junction box. He was down on one knee in the churned ground with a splice half made in his hands, and he finished it while she read the board. Same hands, same pace he'd have used at a bench on High Reach. Amber. 4's off true again, and the lane's mark going stale on the ledger while she watched. 4's off. Mark stale. Hull 5's waved off at the top of the count. Cross brace, same as the last one. It'll crank back. Down the field, Hull 9 stood with its ramp up and its lifters live, heat shimmer standing off the old grain hauler's flanks, and behind it the queue lay flat between the loading lines. Farron families pressed into the ruts with their bundles under them. The moment the sky went quiet, they rose and reformed and moved forward, in order, nobody trampling anybody, as though the whole town had drilled, leaving the way other towns drill festivals. 9 hulls had stood on the field at dawn. 3 were away. The masts ran up the valley in their long staggered line and kept the lane's mark proven, and the hulls rode that proven thread through the one gap in the sky the blockade didn't own. Far above the field, the Dawnward's own drive held the other half of it, the anchor that kept the corridor's mouth open onto the span, and if either feed dropped, ground masts or ship, the mouth dropped with it, so the last keels had to be across before the ship's authentication lapsed. If the mark went stale, the lift stopped. Nobody flies 600 people into a gun sky on a guess. "I'll crank it," Rook said. Rook had come up the trench line with the spare feed drum on one shoulder, and he set it down by Silva's box like a man delivering groceries. Mud to the hips. Since first light, he'd been the field's legs, loads, lines, messages, whatever needed carrying. And somewhere in the morning, he'd stopped looking like a passenger they'd pulled out of a wreck and started looking like crew. "You know the crank?" Silva said. "It's a crank. Left-hand thread, because the survey hates joy." "It's 300 meters of open ground," Wells said, out before she'd decided to say it. "Rook?" "They come out of the sun and they bank left." Rook was looking at the ridge, at the light on it. "All morning, every pass. When the shadow crosses the ridge line, count 6, and you've got clear air to the next one. It isn't brave, Wells, it's weather." Rook went low and fast, no wasted line, the same as he'd gone into the wrecked outpost where they'd found him. And Wells stood at the board with her heart going hard, and when the shadow slid across the ridge, she was counting before she knew she'd started. On 4, a cutter came off the ridge early. It wasn't a run at the field, high, fast, offline, a look or a board gunner. But Rook was in the open when the shriek reached the valley floor, and he made the shadow of mast 4 the way a swimmer makes a raft, flat and clawing, and the pass went by up valley without a shot. Wells started breathing again in time to be embarrassed by the noise it made. Then Rook was up on the mast's footing, cranking, and the amber went green, and she laid her mark down clean, and hull 5 took the thread. It climbed out of the smoke on its lifters, 4 generations of patched hull with 100-odd people and everything they could carry aboard, and where it rose clear, the low red sun took it, and it burned going up the sky like a coal. "It's still," Wells said, and stopped herself and bent to the board. Rook came back across the open on the next count and dropped into the trench beside her, and the joke arrived before the shaking finished. "Your survey puts crank handles at knee height," he said, holding up hands that were still going. "That's the crank, not the other thing." "Noted," Silva said, and threw him the water flask. "They'll come for the masts," Rook said when he'd drunk. "The hulls are armored where it matters. The lane's what makes them fly. They've spent all morning shooting at ships because ships look like the point. The moment somebody over there works out what the masts are, this gets worse." Silva looked up the valley, 11 masts, 300 meters of open ground apiece. "Then we stay ahead of the cranking," he said. They came for the masts within the hour. The first run on the line put a cannon burst across mast 6 and took its feed clean off. And after that, there wasn't a queue of jobs anymore. There was one job that never finished. Crank, splice, relace, mark. The passes came minutes apart. Between them, the field rose out of the mud and loaded, and up on the west shoulder, the Farron Ridge guns kept up their flat, dry coughing. Old pieces, served without a pause by people who weren't leaving. Once, a cutter came off its bank trailing smoke, staggered wide of the valley, and went into the high moor beyond the shoulder, and the whole field, queue, ramp crews, the 2 men at the fuel line, came up out of the mud and roared. Wells relaced the throat feed for the third time with fingers that had stopped closing all the way, and the 4mm spline coupling went into the mud. It simply went out of her hand, gone into churned brown water the exact color of a 4mm spline coupling, and she was in after it to the elbow, both knees down, digging like a dog while the board blinked amber over her head, and what came out of her mouth surprised her, a word she had never once used in front of an instructor. "That's it," Silva said above her. "Talk to it." Her fingers closed on the coupling, up, wiped on the one dry corner of her jacket, offered to the thread. Cross-threaded. The word again. Back it off, seated clean. "Thread it like you're not dying," Silva said, mild. "You're not dying. You're doing your job in weather." "I'm scared." It came out level, like a reading off a gauge. "I've been scared since the ridge. I can't tell if it's getting better or if I'm going deaf." "Scared's paying attention. Deaf's paying attention too. Mark the lane." Wells marked the lane, and hole 6 took the thread. And at the ramp of hole 6, last aboard, a records case strapped across his chest, the boy who'd taught Wells the winter stars turned in the lifter wash and searched the trench line and found her, and raised one hand. Wells raised hers, mud to the shoulder. Then a handler pulled him in, and the ramp swung up, and hole 6 went up the proven lane into the red, and she watched it longer than she had any business watching anything. "Your friend's away then," Rook said. "Don't," it cracked out of her, harder than anything he'd earned. Rook said nothing. He handed her the next coupling. She took it, and a while after that she said, "Sorry," and he shrugged like a man used to weather. Down at the loading lines, Sethi was wherever the queue knotted, walking backward up a ramp with both hands out, talking a shaking elder over the threshold, crouched in the mud, getting a child to laugh at the worst joke in 2 languages. He'd been at it since dawn, his voice gone to gravel, and half the town touched his shoulder going by. A pass nobody sorted from the others put its burst 30 meters short of the throat, and the aid shelter by the loading line came apart in a slap of sandbags and sheeting. When the mud stopped coming down, 2 of the ground crew carried a third between them to the medical line, and the carried man swore the whole way, which everyone had learned by now was the good sign. And between passes, in the stretches with nothing to crank and nothing to splice, Wells started seeing the cover itself. High up, too high for sound, the Dawnward was a hard spark dragging white thread across the red, other sparks wheeling around her. All morning she'd crossed the gap faster than anything she chased. It showed, if you watched, and Wells watched. She crossed slower now. The passes let up a little after hull 6 cleared the gap. Not the fight up in the red, the sparks kept their slow crossing, and the ridge guns coughed at something now and then to say they were awake. But the runs on the field stopped, and the valley went so quiet that Wells's ears rang with it. In the quiet, the cold arrived. It had been there all day, now it had her attention. Breath in slow flags, frost reforming along the trench lip, sweat going to ice inside her collar. The sun hung low and red over the west shoulder, a cooling weld at what should have been the top of the afternoon. Silva sat back against the junction box, brought out the dented flask he topped up from a still no inspection had ever found, and passed it to her without a word. The drink went down like solvent and lit a small stove under her sternum. "What is it?" Wells said when she could. "Mine," Silva said. Rook took his pull without a change of expression, which, after weeks aboard, was either diplomacy or brain damage. Then, hands empty for the first time since dawn, Silva pulled his slate around and had a long look at the ship. He read it exactly as he'd read the mast numbers her first day aboard, no expression at all. Then he keyed the command channel and didn't clear his throat and didn't ask for anyone's attention. "Captain, nobody asked, so here it is. She's been flying gun cover on a survey frame since the blockade went up, and the aft exchangers passed every line I've got. She'll give you the gap for about another hour. After that, she drops herself to quarter thrust whether anyone likes it or not, and quarter holds nothing. Not the gap, not the climb cover, not the span run home. I'm not arguing anybody's call, I'm telling you what she's got." The channel stayed quiet. On the field, a loader whined. The ramp crews shouted the next families forward. "Understood," Locke said. "Can you buy her anything from down there?" "From down here I can watch her cook. Fly her gentler. That's the list." The channel closed. "How long has she been past the line?" Wells said. "Ensign Mia." "Since yesterday." Silva capped the flask. "Told them on the approach, before the first shot was ever fired. Survey ship, not a warship. Push her and something breaks." He stowed the flask in his coveralls. "Nobody's wrong. That's the bastard of it."
Sathy's not wrong. Dawes isn't wrong. And she's just a ship. She hasn't got opinions. She's got tolerances. 4 years the mast had read high and been logged as error, and Wells had nearly logged it that way herself, her first day, for the sake of a clean report. Now the whole ship was reading high on every line at once, and nobody anywhere was calling it error, and she'd have paid a month's wage for one senior officer to say within tolerance and shrug. Ships didn't lie to Silva. She'd known that since her first hour aboard. She just hadn't understood until today that it was a thing to be afraid of. Rook stood, slow, looking south. "Wells," he said. "Who's that?" The south road grew people. They came around its far shoulder at a dead-tired run. The East Valley families, the last column, the ones the couriers had twice stopped promising to wait for, carrying children and grandmothers and string-tied bundles, and a sound went down the loading lines ahead of them. The ramp crews of the last 3 hulls came down into the mud and went out to meet them. And Sethi went out in front of everybody, coat flying, arms wide, like a man meeting a wedding party. The loading went slow because it was people who had walked 2 days, not cargo. The command channel clicked. "Rook." Dawes, dry as ever, and on command, which was a first. "Here." "Your neighbors have gone quiet on my scope. Tell me what that buys me." "Not my neighbors." Then, because the light on the ridge was moving, "Sun's coming off the ridge. They've flown out of it all day. A quarter hour and it's no use to them. After that they won't run the valley in ones. They'll come once, all together, before—" he glanced at Silva, "before things change." "Good read," Dawes said, and was gone. And Rook looked at the mud like a man handed something he had no pocket for. Wells kept the lane green. 3 hulls, ramps down, the column going up into them family by family, slower than any arithmetic wanted. Sathy's voice came on to command, still breathless from the road. "Aiden, 3 hulls, 300 people, and the last of them are walking up the ramps now. They came out of the East Valleys on our word, on mine. And Silva's hour is half gone, Dawes. Captain, the arithmetic's short. We lift the cover now and go, and everybody already flying gets home. We hold for the loading, and their push comes in on the drive's last legs. Maybe the hulls make the gap. Maybe nobody does. A beat. I'll fly whichever you call. I'd rather hate myself from a survivable distance."
If we pull out now, the lane stays proven, and there is nothing between those cutters and the climb, Locke said. They'll take the hulls above the ridge, in the open, where every family on that field can watch. If we hold, I'm spending the drive we ride home on. I know the arithmetic, Wade. I can do it as well as you. What I can't do is... The sentence didn't finish. Sethi came back soft, as he got when he was most afraid. Wade, if the drive were gone, I'd carry the first family back down the ramp myself. It isn't gone. It's going. There's a difference, and the difference is standing on that field. Silva, Locke said. What she got? Silva looked at the slate and up the valley at the masts and at the 3 holes standing open in the red light, and gave it to him the way he gave everything. Less than when you started arguing. On the field, the ramp crews passed children up hand over hand. The ridge shadow slid its last length toward the guns. In Wells's ear, Sethi said 300, and Dawes said 30 minutes, and neither of them was wrong, and Locke said nothing at all. Wells bent to the board and laid her mark, and kept the lane green. Chapter 17. The Call. The 5th hit in as many minutes came in low on the aft quarter, and the Dawnward rolled with it, frame groaning, dust sifting out of a conduit some high-reach rigger had sealed a lifetime of days ago. Locke rode the command rail through the roll and kept his eyes on the plot. The corridor mouth burned there, gold and steady, high over Austrey's night side, the one thread the ship had written across the whole dark reach, anchored to her own drive, and 4 Farron keels were crawling up out of the planet's shadow toward it, old hulls climbing hard, while Raid's picket came round the limb to cut the road. Climb time on the keels, 41 minutes to the mouth, Dawes gave it from the helm, flat as a manifest. Picket reforms in 20, and then they have the mouth under their guns whether we're in front of it or not. Under the numbers, the deck carried worse news. The drive's note had a stutter in it that hadn't been there yesterday, a catch on the low end like a man favoring a knee, and Silva's voice came up from engineering without being asked for, as it always did. Captain, feed regulation's going. 2's walking off true faster than the compensators can chase it, and when 2 goes, the anchor goes with it, and your gold thread up there goes dark with 1,100 people on the wrong side of it. A breath, static at the edge of it. I said push her, and something breaks. Something's breaking. How long can you give me? From the board? 20 minutes, and that's me being charming about it. 20 against 41. Locke ran the 2 numbers together, and they would not meet. Dawes half-turned from the helm. He wasn't loud. He was never loud. Say the word, and I put us at safe transit distance before the picket closes. We are carrying Farron in both holds right now. Lose this ship, and you lose them, the crew, the survey, and every record Vale's bled for. The keels are their people, flying their own ships, Captain. This one's mine. Run. There are 1,140 people on those keels. Sethi had come forward at the first hit and stood gripping the plot rail, and his voice had none of its music left. I told O'Dai the road stays open until the last keel is through. He put his own ship last, Aiden. He loaded his people first and put himself last because I told him the road would hold. Both of them were right. That was the whole trouble with it. Dawes was offering him the ship, the crew, the holds full of living Farron, everything already saved, a clean bird in the hand, and asking him to spend 1,100 people to buy it. Sethi was offering him the promise the whole rescue had been built on, and asking him to bet the ship, the crew, and the holds full of living Farron that a dying drive would hold twice as long as the man who knew her best said it could. "If we run now," Locke said, "we're the ones who opened this road. We surveyed the corridor, we set the anchor, we told them the way out was real. They're on the climb because we—" And there, in the middle of his own sentence, Locke caught the sound of it. Reasons, laid out fair and level. 3 of them, 4, when an order needs none. He stopped. "We hold," he said. "Then listen," Silva said, "because the hold you just ordered doesn't exist, not from inside. The regulators are slag, and driving the feed from the board is chasing yesterday. Somebody has to be on the frame with a hand on the manifold the whole time, riding it. That's the only version of this that's real." The loop went quiet under the gunfire. "Don't order anybody," Silva said. "She can give you the window if somebody keeps her honest. That's me. Nobody else aboard reads her by hand. I'm still suited from the lift. Wells is on my board inside. She reads it true." On the plot, the picket edged round the limb, and the 4 keels climbed, slow as grief, and the gold thread burned above them all. Locke had grown up watching men go over the side of hulls into cold water to free a fouled line, and he had watched his father decide once who went. He'd thought at 10 years old it was the strongest a man could look. It didn't look strong from the rail. "I won't order it," Locke said. "You didn't." A clatter down the loop, a tool going into a chest rig. Silva already moving. "Aft lock, 90 seconds. Wells, bring my board up. Flow on 2, and keep your thumb off the auto trim. She lies." Dawes had already put the helm back in front of himself. "Silva," he said to the loop, in the tone another man would use for good luck, "you scratch my paint out there, I'm docking your brew ration." "You drink more of it than I do," Silva said, and the aft lock cycled. Silva went out onto the drive frame, into a sky full of war. The suit feed put his hands up on the bridge's main screen. Gauntlets on the feed manifold, the drive's glow beating under them through the inspection grating. Austria red coal filling half the black. Beyond his shoulder, when the ship rolled, the picket's fire showed as slow, bright rain falling sideways at the climbing keels. On the frame, Silva's breathing was even, a man at work. "Two's worse than she was telling the board." "Wells, flow? Flow 19 and walking?" Wells, from the drive room, steady the way you're steady when you've decided to be. "Chasing it? There. Dawes, hold your jinx, you're slopping my trim." "Fly your half, old man," Dawes said, and flew the smallest evasions of his life, trading hull scars for the stillness of the man on the frame. The Dawnward took what she could no longer dodge and rang with it, and Locke stood at the rail and made himself watch all of it at once, the feed numbers walking and being walked back, the picket closing, the first keel swelling toward the mouth. The first keel went through 8 minutes later, an old Ferron hull, generations of patching on her flanks, Austri's red light along her spine, and then the gold took her and she was somewhere the guns would never reach. Seaty's breath went out of him at the rail. On the convoy channel, his voice stayed low and warm and endless, a voice for frightened people flying old ships through a war, and Locke let it run under everything like ballast. Odai came up once, formal, as the second keel began its final burn. "Roadmaker, all who would come are aboard. The last of us are on the climb." "The road is open," Seaty said. "It stays open." Vale never left her station through any of it. Her capture had run since the first shot. Corridor telemetry, the anchor's cost, the mouth's strain, all of it streaming into the survey record, and she watched her screens with a stillness that was its own kind of prayer, though she'd have given the word no house room. The second keel went through. The picket's leading cutter swung wide, and Rook, wedged at the sensor rail where he'd stood since the last lift docked, read the geometry before the computer did. "They've stopped leading the keels," his voice cracked on it. "They've given up on the keels. They're shooting at your road, the mouth. They're going to kill the mouth." "Confirmed," Dawes said. "Fire shifting aft, on us and on the anchor." "Then we're the wall," Locke said. "Dawes, keep us between." The next minutes cost. The Dawnward put her body in front of the corridor mouth and paid for it in armor, and Silva rode the manifold through every hit, calling the feed like a man calling soundings, and twice the anchor flickered on the plot, and twice his hands brought the number home. The third keel went through. On the screen his gauntlets were the steadiest thing in the Reach. "Three's starting to walk, too," Silva said. "That's new. Wells, watch 3. If she goes past 1-4, you dump her through the relief path. That order, no other order. 2, I keep by hand. Fourth keel's got, what?" "6 minutes to the mouth," Dawes said. 6. She'll give us 6. Stand by. 3's. A cutter's burst walked across the aft quarter. 3 rounds, 4, and the 4th found the frame. The suit feed went white, and then to nothing. The manifold reading jumped and started walking, no hand on it. Static hissed where the breathing had been. "Suit's flat," Wells's voice came up the loop fast, held level by main strength, a hairline through the middle of it. "Captain, his suit reads flat, and 2's walking. I'm taking the manifold from the board. Flow 2-1. I have a sequence. I'm flying his sequence." "Fly it," Locke said. The fourth keel was 5 minutes out. That was all the Reach offered them. No time to reach the frame, no hand to send that could learn in 5 minutes what took 30 years, 1,100 people already through, and O'Dai's own keel still climbing with the fire falling past her, and a dead man's trim settings standing between the road and the dark. Locke stood at the rail with his thumbnail driving into the callus and held the hold. Wells flew the feeds from the board, as Silva had called them, saying his numbers back to a man who couldn't check them now, and the drive's note climbed through registers no one had ever asked of her, and Dawes kept the ship's broken body between the guns and the gold. 4 minutes. 2. On the plot, the last keel crossed the threshold ring, and the mouth took her. And Sethi said, "Through. She's through. All keels away." And in the same second, the drive surged. The surge came up the relief path Silva had left set and burned through feed 3 as he'd rigged her to burn outward, sacrificial, sparing the core, and the Dawnward screamed down her whole length and lived. "Anchor's ours alone now," Vale said. "Nothing left to protect but us." "Then we're done being a wall, Dawes. Already turning." Dawes rolled the ship's shadow across the aft frame and kept it there, cutters raking the far side, for the 90 seconds it took the lock team to bring Silva in on his own tether. Then the Dawnward went through her own gold thread last of all and dropped the anchor behind her, and the mouth went dark in the picket's face, a road that had existed for 19 days, spent to nothing, shut. On the far side, the 4 keels hung against clean stars, and Rook gave them their scatter. Which corridors, whose ground, which names would answer O'Dai's on the far side of the Reach? And one by one the old hulls burned away into a sky Raid did not own. The Dawnward set her bow for the span, 3 feeds on a 4-feed drive, and began the long run home. By ship's morning, on day 76, the guns were 4 hours astern, and the ship was quiet, in the way a ship is quiet when everyone aboard is awake and no one is saying so. Locke walked her end to end, because that was the job, and because sitting in the day office with the log open had not gone well. In the forward hold, the Farron lay bedded down among the survey pallets, families and nests of thermal quilt, a few sitting up sleepless with their wide dark eyes on the strange roadmaker ceiling. Sadie stood in the companionway with the manifest slate he'd checked an hour ago. 1140, he said, instead of good morning. On the keels, confirmed from the scatter point. He stopped. He straightened a corner of quilt over a sleeping Farron child with great care. I told O'Dai the road would stay open. I keep... He shook his head once and looked at the slate again, at numbers that had not changed all night. The count's confirmed, he said. That's what I had to tell you.
The drive room was worse. Wells was at Silva's board, midway through the long stabilization sequence, and she was doing it exactly as he did it, each step, the double look at the flow before committing, the flat of her hand on the housing between stages, just as he had. She didn't turn around. Captain. Wells. Did you order him out? Still not turning. Her hands kept moving through the sequence. No. A small nod, taken and banked. He'd have gone whatever you said. The next step, her palm flat to the housing. I keep starting to ask him things, she said, to the board, and ran the step after that, and Locke understood that he had been answered and dismissed, and left her the room. Vale caught him in the passage outside, slate already out, the worst possible hour for it, which meant she knew, and had come anyway. You need to see this before anyone at High Reach does. The corridor's whole life was on the slate, birth to burial, 19 days. The mouth spent more holding those 3 hours than the model prices for a year of route traffic. That's not drift, that's not instruments. I had authenticated capture running the entire engagement. Her finger moved and the trace changed. Silva kept the feed true for 31 minutes under fire. It's all in the record. A beat, and her voice came down to something that, in Vale, amounted to bare hands. He's in the capture, all of it. Whatever else happens to this survey, that part is proved and it stays proved. Then, before anything could be done with that, the slate was away, and she was gone toward her lab, spine straight, and the fact stood there beside the feeling exactly the way she'd built it to. Dawes was still at the helm, hours past the end of any watch he owed. The course brief he gave was flat and correct and complete. Heading, drive state, the pickets last known, fuel curves for a 3-feed transit, and there was none of Dawes in it anywhere, and that emptiness was louder than any hit the ship had taken. Wade, Locke came to stand at the rail. If we'd run when you called it, don't, Dawes's hand stayed easy on the board, don't do the sums out loud where I can hear them come out your way. The plot light moved over a face that had been 60 years learning to stay lit and wasn't currently bothering. He told you what there was, and you took it. Yes, Locke said. Course for the span is laid, Dawes said. I'll take the dog watch too. Get some sleep, Captain. And the helm turned away from the rail by a few degrees, and that was the end of being spoken to. The log was still open in the day office where Locke had left it. He sat down and wrote the entry again, and it came out the way it had come out at midnight. The climb times, the picket's geometry, the feed failure, the arithmetic reasons, laid out fair and level. 3 of them, 4, 5, an account any board of review would call sound. Aidan Locke read it back, and it read like a man asking to be forgiven, and he took it all down to what had happened. Held corridor mouth for final Farron launch. All 4 keels away, 1140 souls.
Chief Engineer Silva lost on the drive frame sustaining feed regulation by his own choice and my acceptance of it. Drive crippled, course for the span. Through the viewport, Austrie's sun sat far astern, a coal sinking in dark water, and somewhere under it Morrow's people and all the others who had stayed were beginning their first morning on a world with no road out. Under the deck, the drive ran on 3 feeds, and the note of her was wrong, a catch on the low end, a flat place where the true tone used to be, and nobody left aboard could make her right. Chapter 18. No Innocent Reading. The question the boats had carried was 1 breath long, your oldest sky, and the year somebody marked it, and the Reach had answered with 9 crates. Pilot tables off a Farron keel, 5 owners deep, the corrections dated in 3 different hands. A Trunkline's keeper book, sky marks at every year's turning since before the line had owned engines. Salvage clan transponder logs that recorded no stars at all, only traffic, which lanes ran and which years they ran hot. An almanac from one of the independent lines, with its pages sewn back in wrong a century ago, and every entry still legible. Each in its own calendar, its own units, its own idea of north. Vale had the crates racked in the survey bay in the order she meant to burn through them, and on the morning of day 77 she started. With the drive on 3 feeds, heat went to the hold and the sick bay, and the bay was cold enough to show her breath. A Farron machinist, one of the 51, a broad, silent man who had asked for work his first morning aboard and been given the bay's environmental run, was brazing a joint behind the racks, and every few minutes the smell of hot flux drifted across the crates. On his way in, he had stopped at the Kindred's log core in its cradle and laid 2 fingers on the band, where 5 generations of hands had worn the casing bright. The touch of a man passing a thing his people passed every day of their lives. And then he had gone to the plumbing and left her screens alone. Compute was scarcer than heat. The damage control queue owned the cores. Survey jobs ran in the gaps, and the gaps came at the change of watch, or not at all. Her first cross-match died at turnover, with the fit 2/3 run. She logged the restart, and while she waited, began teaching herself the keeper book's calendar. The reduction itself was work she'd have called clean any other month. 120 years stood between the Kindred sky and her own survey, and the Reach was a young cluster. In 120 years, every star in it had moved, and the near ones had moved far enough that a chart matched by eye would pair them with the wrong neighbors, so nothing got matched by position. Spectrum and mass, or no match. A star's light was its identity, and its identity hadn't changed in a century, even where its address had. She hauled both epochs into one frame and solved the motions, then the parallaxes, because the Kindred had observed from one ground and her mast from 40 stations along a survey track, and until that difference was paid, the 2 skies were not the same sky. That gave her the living. The dead threw no light to match, those she pinned by the mass left behind, weighed off the swing of whatever still circled the dark, and by the class the Kindred had caught them at while they still burned, propagated onto the frame she'd just solved. Then the dates. A record carried the year somebody caught the light, and the light had left each star in a different year, decades apart across the Reach. She redated every observation to emission, star by star. Ordering was going to be the whole argument, and an ordering built on arrival times was the kind of lie a review board existed to catch. Calibration she could defend to that same board. The Kindred's instrument serials were in its authenticated log. Her mast tied to the archive's calibrated main sequence sample, the standard every survey instrument in the network zeroed against. And between the two epochs stood the grandmother's 40 years of borrowed eyes, a control better than most instruments ever got. Where all three could see the same stable stars, all three agreed, once the frame was one frame, and the dates were emission dates, and nobody was allowed to match by eye. By the end of day 77, 19 more of her 41 dead sons had brackets on their dying tight enough to use in systems that had never heard of Austri. In the trunk line's keeper book, beside the sky marks for one of those years, the keeper had added a smaller line. Hard winter. The twins came early. The red star gone from the ladle. Vale sat with that entry longer than the reduction needed. Then she copied the year into her table and kept going. Rook came down at mid-morning on day 78. She had asked Locke for an hour of him, and Locke had sent him for the day. Vale put the reach on the plate, lanes, junctions, the trunk, and gave him a dating job. When each lane opened, when it ran hot, when it went quiet. Everything he knew, how he knew it, and where he was guessing. "The trunk's older than any book on this ship," Rook said. "My grandmother's grandmother wrote it. The north lanes the Verre opened. I was a boy, call it 15 years. The junction lanes over Austri ran quiet until the keel yards went in, then hot every season after." His fingers stopped over the wreck fields sunward. "Anything in there, I'm guessing." "Guessing high or low?" Rook looked at her, and some of the guardedness came down a notch. "Low. Runners don't write." "Then guess low everywhere and mark it. A guess with its direction on it I can use." Rook was better at it than she had allowed for. He didn't decorate. Where he knew, he gave years. Where he didn't, he gave bounds. Twice he took an answer back and made it worse, rather than let it stand pretty. Once, over a thin lane out past the yards, he said, "My mother's crews cut this one," and nothing else. And Vale wrote the years down and asked nothing further. And the next answers came easier. By the afternoon, she had what no chart of the reach had ever carried: exposure. Not where the roads lay, what the roads had borne. Every system scored for the riding its ground had taken. How much, how crowded, how long. Where lanes braided into a junction or narrowed to one proven passage, the load stacked. Where traffic spread over open ground, it thinned. She scored the stacking, not the sum. Then she put the dead against it. Distance to a road predicted almost nothing once load was in the model. Exposure ordered the dead, end to end. The sons behind the junctions died first and worst. The trunk, 5 generations of stacked riding, was dark along its whole length, and the quiet pockets, she went looking for the exception, because one exception would have been a mercy. The quiet pockets were clean. Not one dated death in any system whose sky had carried nothing. Age didn't order them. The dead were no older than the living. Composition didn't. She fitted the metals and took them back out. Cluster ground didn't. Selection she had already killed. Same mast, same sweeps. Quiet ground surveyed as hard as ridden ground. And the boats had put their one-breath question to every hull that would answer, not only the ones that rode the hot lanes. The quiet lines had answered too. Their skies were whole. "Load," ordered the dead. Nothing else came close. That evening she tried to break it, shuffled the brackets, swapped exposure histories between systems, rebuilt the lanes from Rook's lowest guesses, then from half his answers, then with the salvage logs thrown out entirely, halved the sample and ran the halves against each other. At turnover, the queue took the cores mid-fit, as usual, and gave them back after midnight, and the pattern came back with them, on different cores, from a cold start, which was one more control she would never have to argue for. And it was not a line. Below some floor, a sky carried riding and stayed a sky. Past the floor, cost climbed faster than load. Twice the stacking was well more than twice the dying. The curve bent. Everything on the trunk agreed with the bend. What the curve lacked was units. Correlation ordered the dead. It did not price one measured hour of riding in measured spend. For that, she needed a corridor instrumented from its first mark to its last, under known load, on calibrated instruments with provenance nobody could question. There was exactly one of those anywhere, and it was hers. The bay came warm that evening. The machinist had finished the environmental run, packed his kit, and gone hunting the next broken thing. Wells came through at the turn of the night watch with the power log, walking loads compartment by compartment. "You're over allotment," she said. 4%. "I'm not here about it." "What are you here about?" "You'll want the mast at full gain before we cross, for your quiet stars." Wells's eyes were red-rimmed and steady. "Drive rests at 0300. You can have till 0400. An hour does it." Wells stayed where she was, the log against her chest. "There's a maintenance reserve on the power books," she said, "marked for mast work. It isn't mine to spend, so I'm not spending it. I'm telling you it's there." Vale pulled the entry. The reserve was 17 years old, renewed every quarter. The last renewal was 5 weeks old. She cleared her throat, which needed it. "Noted," she said. And then, because the junior was still standing there, "The drive, is she going to make the crossing?" 3 feeds and a temper. I'm learning which of her alarms are lies." He kept a list. "I found it." Wells went up the passage with the log, checking loads as she went. Vale turned to the engagement capture and stopped putting it off. Forward, a grinder ran. Hull crews were 2 days into cutting scorched plate off the aft quarter, and the pitch of it carried down the deck plates all the way to the bay. Twice a loader went by the hatch with patch stock, and the second time a Farron voice and a human one were arguing amiably over which of them had the count of the brackets right. The ship was being put back into a defensible state around her, one frame at a time. The corridor had lived 19 days. Her capture ran from its first mark to its burial. Every authentication, every transit, the anchors draw hour by hour, and through the battle, second by second. She had kept authenticated capture running the whole engagement. That had been the job. The mouth spend across the final 3 hours went off the top of the first chart she drew it on. She compressed the axis, and it crowded the top line anyway. 3 hours of holding a launch window under stacked load had drawn more from the corridor than the pricing tables budgeted for a year of route traffic. There was the bend in her curve, not inferred this time, measured. Meter readings, time-stamped, provenance sealed, hers. A board would have one honest objection left: the drive. The anchor drew through the Dawnward's own drive, and the drive had been failing, regulators slag, feed 2 walking off true. A dirty source could dirty the measurement, and this measurement would be argued into fog by anyone who needed it fogged. The answer was in the trim record. Feed regulation, hand-flown from the frame. Flow held on true through the whole window, while the mouth drew its year of spend. The source was honest. She could prove the source was honest because the trim trace ran through the capture, steady from the first correction to 2140-12, corridor clock. At 2140-12, the trace ends between one sample and the next. The manifold reading jumps and walks with no hand on it. Then the board takes it, the same sequence, flown from inside, and the line comes back to true and runs that way to the end of the record. The format wanted provenance on every interval. She keyed the fields in order: trim, manual, station, drive frame, exterior, operator. Vale typed Silva and stopped. Her hands came off the board and sat in her lap. On the screen, the trim line ran steady through the middle of a battle, 31 minutes of a man keeping one number honest with the reach on fire around him. And it was the cleanest instrument record she had ever been given to work with, and she would have burned it unread to have a cup of something bad and hot set down at her elbow one more time, with a remark about how she'd forget cups existed. After a while, her hands went back up to the board. She keyed the provenance in order. Operator, Silva C/E, and did the next interval and the next until the record was whole. By the end of day 79, the curve had units. She priced the trunk with it, 5 generations of stacked writing, and the price agreed with the graves. She priced Austrey's son forward and got decades, and the decades agreed with the leaves. Then she priced the corridor they had opened coming in. 19 days, 1 evacuation. Small next to 5 generations. It was not 0. Nothing that rode was 0. The mast hour came at 0300 on the morning of day 80, the drive resting, the ship dark except for watchlights, the bay's screens the only thing lit on the deck. Her quiet pocket controls remeasured clean at current epoch. Stars over ground that had never carried riding, sitting where a young cluster said they should sit. The last 5 minutes of the hour she gave to Austrey's son. Full gain was wasted on it. It was still the brightest thing astern. She took the measurement for the record's current epoch anchor, logged it without adjectives, and gave the mast back to the drive. The residual turned up later that morning, on the last pass, while she was closing the file. Every cross-epoch comparison carried a small, uniform offset. Every star, all instruments, one direction. Smaller than anything the reach had died of, and it would not close. She chased it through her own mast, through the kindred serials, through the grandmother's marks, and it stood in all 3, which meant it lived in none of them. It lived in the 0, the archive's calibrated main sequence sample, the stars the network used as its definition of unchanged. The archive's errata traveled with the reference tables in every ship's library. Edition 41, reference sample re-zeroed, residual attributed to detector aging. Edition 44, re-zeroed again, aging again. 2 corrections, 1 direction. Net drift of the calibrated sample, 30 Kelvin across 25 years. The archive had measured it twice, named it instrument error twice, and adjusted the sky to make it go away. 30 Kelvin in 25 years in Sol's own reference stars, the most ridden sky in the network. Vale set it against the curve. It sat where the curve said it should sit, the spread load rate. Sol ran more traffic than every frontier in the ledger put together, and ran it on thousands of mature routes, braided, redundant, the load thinned across the whole web. The dying went by the ground a road, not the harbor it left from. Soul's traffic scattered the moment it cleared the wheel, 10,000 hulls into 10,000 lanes, no one sky beneath them carrying more than its neighbor's share. Totals didn't kill, stacking killed. Earth's sky was dimming at exactly the pace of a network too rich to have bottlenecks, slow enough to re-zero, slow enough to file under aging detectors, slow enough that the climate records half-degree lost every 5 years could be carried as one more line in a managed world's accounts, its cause parked under stellar cycles for another generation. The frontier had no such spread. The frontier hung its life on 1 or 2 proven corridors, and the loads stacked, and the curve bent, and suns died in decades, while the endowment tables priced the whole sky as one slow average. The average was arithmetically correct. The dying was in the tail the average smoothed flat. The curve said nothing about why. She had behavior, not mechanism. What stacked traversal cost in Kelvin and in years, with no word anywhere in it about what was being spent. She wrote that limit into the record in plain terms, claiming more than the data carried was its own kind of dishonest summary. There was no innocent reading left. 3 weeks she had spent trying them in turn: old cluster, bad instruments, chance, composition, the sample, the selection, and every one had failed on the record. What remained ordered the reaches dead, priced Ostrey's decades, matched a corridor's measured spend to the hour, and matched, across the span, the slow drift in Soul's own standards. One curve, everywhere she could test it. Damage followed the stacking of traversal, not the total of it. And the network that stacked traffic at scale, that licensed the corridors and built the highways and priced them safe by averaging, was Earth. Raid had set it over an open channel, with the evacuation running under his guns. We watched your roads brighten while our suns died. No frame, no controls, no dates. A man with graves, pointing at the biggest light on his horizon. If Earth's roads had been innocent, he would have pointed at them just the same. He had been certain the way grief is certain, and he had been right, and the two facts had nothing to do with each other. Only one of them would survive a review board. The record she built through the rest of day 80, the reductions, the frames, the bracket, the exposure histories, Rook's guesses marked for direction in their own column, the controls, the alternatives and where each one failed, the corridor capture, provenance intact, the leaves she imaged page by page and returned to their chest, and when she lifted the oldest one to the imager, the smell came off it stone, resin, wood smoke, and stayed in the bay after the chest was shut. For the length of that smell, it was one thing and not columns. A sun guttering over a Watch Hill rail with names cut along it, and a berth aft with a flag on it, and 51 people asleep in a hold built for pore samples, and 30 Kelvin in the stars over Earth. She had spent a career keeping columns apart. These would not go. The finding went into the expedition record under her seal, authenticated, provenance locked, every step reproducible from raw capture. It could not be quietly amended now. It could not be re-zeroed. And the record belonged to the expedition, and the expedition belonged to the survey, and the survey belonged to people she had never met. The archive had looked at 30 Kelvin twice and chosen its detectors over its stars, and nobody at the archive was a fool or a liar. That was how the era handled a number it could not afford, nothing loud. Review, attribution, further study. She knew the procedure from the inside. It had been run on her once, over a number a fraction of this size, and that one had only cost her the rooms she was welcome in. On the plate, the thread home burned gold, junction by proven junction, all the way to the span. 4 more days of riding at 3 feeds, every hour of it a line in somebody's exposure table now. Vale watched it until the watch changed and the cores went elsewhere. Then she opened a fresh sheet, titled it Nothing, and began the version that took 4 minutes. Chapter 19. Running Home. The hunters found them again an hour before the end of Dawes's watch. 2 hard returns rising out of the scatter astern, and a third above the ecliptic, where a third had no business being unless the point was to be seen. "They're not chasing," Dawes said, to the bridge at large. "They're driving." On the plate, the road home ran back astern, a thread of gold through months of blank. Every node the expedition had seeded, proven and published and burning steady. It had cost them 80 days to write. It cost Raid nothing to read. The thread ran to one place, because there was only one place it could run, the span, the single door out of the Sable Reach, and Raid had the Dawnward's own map open in his hand. The Farron convoy had made the crossing that morning. Raid's ships had let it pass without a challenge. It was the Earth hull he wanted. Locke came up in his shirt sleeves with the sleep still on him and stood at the plate a long moment, reading what Dawes had read. Rook arrived 2 minutes behind him, which meant the kid had been sleeping in his boots again. "If we take the thread, we fight his picket with a survey ship," Locke said. "If we leave it, we trust the drive across ground nobody's proven." He was laying it out evenly, both palms open, already chosen and not liking the choice. "The question is whether there's any cover at all between here and—" "There's ground off the thread." Rook stepped to the plate and put his finger on a smear of nothing 2 days sunward. "Salvagers call it the Combs. A moon came apart there before anybody's grandmother, and the field never cleared. Rock, ice, 40 years of wrecks, all of it tumbling. The Verre don't work it. They lost 3 hulls learning why. My mother's crews cut lanes through it for 20 years. I've flown them since I was tall enough to reach aboard." "Who keeps the lanes now?" Dawes asked. "Nobody." Rook's jaw set. "That's why they'll be clean. Nobody's moved the markers, because everyone who knew them is dead." Locke started in on the reasoning, the cover, the geometry, what the picket could and couldn't do about a ship it couldn't find, and Dawes let him get 4 sentences into it. "Captain, you don't have to sell it. Tell me where you want her, and I'll fly her there." "Can she take it?"
Ask me something she can do. That's a shorter list than it was last week. The bridge went quiet in the particular way it had gone quiet all week. Locke read the plate a moment longer. "The Combs," he said. "Set it up." Vale had a place at the rear of the bridge and hadn't left it in 2 days. His eyes stayed on the plate. He offered nothing. There was no time to wonder at that, so nobody did. Dawes brought her nose off the gold line and put it into blank country, and the thread swung away off the plate's edge like a rope let go. Astern, the 3 returns corrected and came on. The Combs came up on the 2nd day as a gray smear across the starfield, and close to it was a country, stone from fist size to mountain, turning slow on 40 different clocks, threaded with ice that flashed when the dying sun found it, and hulks that had been ships when Rook's grandmother was young.
The salvage lanes ran through it as strings of cold transponders, most of them dark, some of them lying, and Rook sat the navigator's board and knew which were which by name. The hunters carried war sensors, built to find a ship against clean sky. The Dawnward's mast had been built to count gravel at 1,000 kilometers and say which pieces were lying about their mass. In among the stone, for the first time since the Reach had turned on them, the survey ship was the better animal. The drive was the problem. The drive had been the problem for 6 days. Silva's book gives the feed 90 seconds at full flow before she cavitates. Wells's voice came up thin from the drive room. He underlined 90, twice. Then we use 80. Anything else? The margin next to it says, hold on, paper, on an open channel, in the middle of a war. It says, and don't let Dawes drive. That's dated, Dawes said. I've improved. He took her through the first comb on patience and nerve. Burns of 4 and 6 seconds. Long drifts in the shadow of tumbling stone. Rook calling lanes in a low, steady voice. High side, there's a stripped barge mid-lane, hull still true. Put it between us and them. Between one correction and the next, there was nothing in Dawes's head but mass and closure and the next 100 meters of dark, and it was the cleanest he'd been in 6 days. The lead hunter came into the second comb the way the young fly, certain thrust could fix what patience should have prevented. It clipped a tumbler no bigger than a shuttle. The tumbler won. The hunter broke its back across 200 meters of scrap and fell out of the hunt astern, venting bright. They'll live, Rook said, to nobody in particular. Raid doesn't leave Veray in the dark. His eyes went after the wreck a moment longer than the words needed. First favor the combs ever did me. Your mother's people cut good lanes, Dawes said. Rook looked at him as though the sentence might have a hook in it, and then went back to his board. The channel request came an hour later, open band. Locke took it standing. Dawnward. The voice was soft, even, unhurried. Severin, and Dawes had never once seen the man's face. You are at 1/3 of rated flow, and you bleed coolant on every burn. I have been reading the trail of you across 2 combs. You carry 51 of the Austri people on a hull built for a survey crew. Stand off your run. The package stays in the Reach. The Austri people cross to join their own. You keep your living and your dead. I have counted this every way it goes. There is one version where nobody else dies. And your version pays you a survey package, Dawes said. Recovery is not payment. No heat in it anywhere. Dawes had known men like that in the wars, men who'd finished the moral argument years ago and were just working through the remainder. You will be at the gate in a day. So will we. Locke reached past Dawes and closed the channel himself. Rook's knuckles were white on the edge of his board. He knew our count, Rook said. He counts everything, Dawes said. Fly your lanes. In the long coast between the 3rd comb and the 4th, there was nothing to fly, which was worse. Wells came up on the channel with a coolant question, talked herself halfway to the answer, and stopped in the middle of a sentence that had been about to have Silva's name in it. Tell me what you do, Dawes said. Reroute through the aft exchanger and accept the loss. Then do that. The kid was 6 days into the worst apprenticeship in the survey, learning a dead man's ship from a dead man's handwriting, and she hadn't put a foot wrong yet. Silva would have told her so, out loud, unasked, the way he told everyone everything. Dawes didn't, not on an open channel, not without finding out what his voice would do. They came out of the comb's sunward edge late on the third day with a 9-hour lead on everything behind them, and the long scan reached ahead to the span and put 4 hulls at its mouth, spaced wide, angled for a crossing intercept, and a 5th standing off above them, bigger, patient. Severin had never been trying to catch them in the combs. He'd been keeping them busy in one, while Raid took the straight gold road and shut the door.
Dawes walked her before the last leg. Old habit, from wars nobody aboard but him remembered. You walk the ship before the day that decides things, so your hands know what they're spending. The main hold smelled of people now. 51 Farron in a space built for core samples and crates. Bedrolls lashed in rows, bundles the size of what a family can carry. Low voices, that formal, old-fashioned drift the Austri speech had taken in 5 generations. Most of them slept. Sethi sat against a crate with a Farron child asleep across his knee, and an elder crouched beside him, wide dark eyes on the overhead, tracking every noise the hull made. "That knocking?" the elder asked. "Pumps," Sethi said. "It means they're working." He caught Dawes's eye over the child's head. "How bad today?" "We'll know by lunch." Sethi nodded and went back to the elder, warm and easy, a man doing the one job that had never once needed a weapon. At the aft bulkhead, under a survey flag, Silva's casket rode lashed to the deck, and beside it 4 Farron shrouds, and around all 5 the Farron had set small flat stones from Austri, one at each corner of each. Nobody had asked them to. Daze stood a moment with his hand flat on the flag. Then he went up to fly. The span's mouth grew on the plate through the morning, the sheer of it, the standing light where the road home began, and Raid's 4 hulls holding station across the approach like stones across a ford, and Raid's own ship above and astern, closing at leisure, Severin bringing the rest of the hunt up their wake. The box had a lid and a floor. "The crossing wants 120 seconds at full flow," Wells said. "She has 90 on Silva's number. I can promise you 100. I can't promise you what she is at 101. Raid came on the open band at 9,000 kilometers, and his voice was the same voice from all those weeks ago, level, courteous, a man confirming an itinerary. "Captain Locke, my terms stand. Leave the Reach its map, the package whole, and you cross. Your crew, your passengers, your dead, all of it under my word. Refuse, and I will take the package out of your wreck and grieve you honestly. You have seen enough of me to know both of those sentences are true." "I saw Austri's son, Raid." Locke's voice stayed plain. "I'm not going to pretend I didn't. The answer is no." For a second, Locke's eyes came off the plate and found Dawes anyway, like a man checking a wound. "I know," Dawes said. "You'd do it again. Stations, Captain. We're flying." Vale had come up at the turn of the watch and taken the science board without being asked. Dawes turned his head half an inch. "Vale, the seed probes. How many left in your racks?" 9. "I want all 9. She looked at him once. "You're going to dress them as ships." 9 of us, all deciding to run at once. "They're the rest of the map," Vale said. And then, before anyone could make it an argument, "Take them." The probes went out in a fan, 9 hot bright points with survey transponders shouting, and drive plumes like panic. 9 possible Dawnwards diverging across the whole width of the approach. The picket's fire made its choices. 2 hulls chose wrong and lost the angle.
One chose right. A rail slug opened the empty port stores bay to space and rang her end to end like a struck pipe. The hull complained around them. The seals stayed good. "Flow temperature's climbing," Wells said over the noise. "She's starting to sing. 90 seconds from my mark is what exists, Dawes. The last 30 aren't there." He'd been banking speed in stolen pieces the whole approach, 4-second burns hoarded like coins, and the sum still came up short whichever way he ran it. The two fast hauls were converging on the mouth, and the box would shut 20 seconds before the road. Dawes ran out of ship. Vale left his place at the rear of the bridge. "Fly her straight at the span," he said. "Whatever you see, don't slow." First thing he'd said in 3 days. There was something in his hand that Dawes had never seen him take out. A sliver the length of a finger, dark, with a wet slate shine. Flying took Dawes's eyes back. He got the rest in pieces, between corrections. Vale at the forward rail. Vale's head bowed over the sliver. The light beginning, not on the ship, not from the ship, ahead of the ship. Short of the span, in dead space where no node burned and nothing had ever been proven, a crossing stood open. The same standing sheer of light that lived at the span's mouth, out of nothing, where there had been nothing an hour ago and should have been nothing ever. The sliver went to ash between Vale's fingers. Not smoke, ash, gray and complete, down his wrist like spent paper. He sat where he stood, slow and careful, an old man's sit from a man who had never once moved old. The open channel carried Raid's voice one last time, very quiet, and not to them. "Hold your fire. Note it. All of it." And then, to them, in the tone he'd have used to confirm a birth, "Inside the year, Captain, Earth will come to build its highway. Earth always builds the highway. When it comes, I'll be at the door. Tell them what you saw here." The channel closed from his end. Dawes put her through a door he did not understand at every meter of speed she had left. The crossing took them as the span had, outbound, the long sheer, light through the hull from no direction, the ship groaning down her spine, and then gold. The plate flooded edge to edge, the whole proven world pouring back onto the map. Sol's roads, the corridor junctions, 10,000 marks burning steady. After months of blank reach, it looked less like a map than a lit city. And a ship lay alongside. Long, gray, unmarked null. Nothing else moved like that, holding the Dawnward's course to the meter, close enough to read her name off the hull. It had not followed them through. It had been waiting at a door that had never existed until a minute ago. It stayed alongside long enough to be seen. Then it was gone. No burn, no wake, and the sky where it had been was only sky. "Vale," Locke crossed the bridge to him. "What you just—" Vale lifted 2 fingers off his knee, and the sentence went where all thanks went with him. But he didn't get up, and he didn't have a joke, and both of those were new. "The door," Dawes said. "If we ever needed another." "There was one," Vale said. Dawes had seen it before in the wars, men who'd spent a thing they'd been ordered to keep. You could tell by where they looked afterward, the deck, their own hands, anywhere but the people they'd done it for. Vale's eyes were on the piece of sky where his people's ship had been, and they stayed there long after there was nothing in it. It was Rook who crossed the bridge, Rook who all voyage had kept a careful meter between himself and everyone. He stood beside Vale at the viewport, facing the same empty sky. "They'll look at you different now," Rook said. "Yours and ours both." "Yes," Vol said. "You get used to it." Vol turned his head. How long? I'll tell you when I know. Val made a sound Dawes hadn't heard from him before, short, down in the chest. From a human, it would have been a laugh. Wells came up from the drive room with Silver's book under her arm and grease to both elbows, and gave the bridge the ship's condition unasked, the way the book's owner used to. The feed scorched, but she made it. She'll make high reach, if nobody asks her to be brave again. Nobody will, Dawes said, and laid in the course home, the long gold road, junction by proven junction, all of it already written, none of it dark. He flew the first hour of it by hand, though the board could have taken her. The passage was clear and proven, and nothing in it needed him, and his hands stayed on the yoke all the same, all the way to the end of the watch. Chapter 20. The Immediate Price. The 51 kept Ostrey's day. It ran longer than the ship's, so their dawn came later each morning of the transit, walking hour by hour round the watchbill, and within 3 days of the crossing, the whole crew knew where it stood without asking. In the hours before it, the hold ran at night voice. Lamps hooded, speech kept under the sound of the pumps, children asleep in rows between the lashed pallets. Sethi came down in that hour and sat on the mat they had set out for him at the end of the second row, and listened, because listening was the one job left that he trusted himself to do well. Near him in the dark, a mother was counting her daughter down to sleep. 10 for the burn, 9 for the road, 8 for the long fall, 7 for the quiet. The count ran to 1 and stopped, and the child slept, and Sethi's own mouth had moved on 7 for the quiet without his leave. Dawn was a lamp. The eldest of the 51, a broad, stooped woman who had fired kilns for 50 years and stood no taller than his shoulder, uncovered it at the aft bulkhead, where Silva's casket rode lashed under the survey flag, with the 4 shrouds beside it and a flat Ostrey stone at each corner of each. Then the names. 3 of the 4 shrouds had kin aboard, and the eldest of each kin spoke the name once in the deep Ostrey pitch and turned the stone at the head of the shroud, and that was all. The day was allowed to begin. Food, work, speech above a murmur. The 4th shroud held a loader from the ramp crews, hurt in the last hour of the field and dead 2 days out. His people were of the staying. At his shroud the lamp paused, and no voice came, and the lamp moved on. On the first morning, the eldest had stopped in front of Sethi on her way back down the rows. "Who speaks for your engineer?" Nobody speaks. He gave it to her straight, in her own idiom, because softening it would have been a lie in 2 languages. With us, the captain writes. The eldest had taken that in and said nothing against it, and every dawn since, passing the flag, she paused there, the same length of pause she gave the 4th shroud. The first time she did it, Sethi's hand went to the field book in his breast pocket. 30 years of habit, a practice 5 generations knew to daylight, and no one recording it. And he took the hand back empty, and was ashamed of the reflex for the rest of the day. The count he carried needed no book. 372 gone up in the early launches, 1,140 out on the 4 keels, with Odai's own ship the last of them through, 51 in this hold, 1,563 on the road all told, 44 dead of the going, 4 of them 10 meters from where he sat, 293 under the sun, the birth house and its 41 struck names, the pump crew on a stayer's load, the orchard families, the old planter under her own roof, Marrow and his people, and under that same sun, the kindred's emitter, still saying what it had said for 5 generations to whoever opened the road. He ran the sum against his knee in the dark, finger by finger, and it made 1900. And he ran it again, and it made 1900 again. We will not be refugees under the power that killed our son. Marrow had said it to a full yard with the iron in his fist, and Sethi had sent it up to Locke, word for word, and added nothing under it, and there was nothing to add now either. Some of the 293 were his, some had never for 1 hour been his to save. On the first night of the transit, he had copied the stayer's roll-out fare, every name in his best hand. The survey wanted a count. He wrote the names. Aft of the mess, a conduit had hung loose from the overhead since before High Reach fell astern, pulled down for access in the loading rush and never rehung, with a yellow job tag on it in block capitals and 3 dates struck through. The 4th date on the tag was still a week ahead of the ship. Sethi ducked under it the 50th time, the same as the first, and stopped, because along the passage the hatch to Silva's berth stood open. Locke was inside on the edge of the bunk, with an inventory slate and 2 kit cases, and the whole of a man's cabin laid out in ranks. Boots, issue kit, a folding knife, a campaign ribbon in its issue wrap, unworn. Regulation gives it to the commanding officer, Locke said, without looking up. There's an order to the form. Tools first, then issue kit, then personal effects. The trouble is deciding which was which. The man kept a lathe chuck next to his razor. He turned the knife over, set it down where it had been. I've started with the boots 3 times. Sethi came in and knelt at the other case and began wrapping the ribbon box, because 2 pairs of hands made it work instead of a vigil. For a while, the only sound was cloth. His still is plumbed into my heat exchangers, Locke said. The form says fixed plant stays with the ship. It's his fittings, his tubing. I signed off on none of it. Then it's plant. Leave it plumbed. Locke wrote it so. Then, evenly, eyes on the slate. The form wants a receiving name. Dawes had it entered before I'd opened the file. Sethi folded the cloth over the box and said nothing. The Ferren ask after him, he said instead. At their dawn, who speaks for the engineer? What do they do when it's one of theirs? They say the name at first light, once, the eldest kin. Then the day's allowed to start. Locke sat with the slate on his knee. Along the bunk, the ranks of a working life waited to be told which case they belonged in. Once, and then the day starts. He picked the boots up again, and put them in the kit case, and took them back out, and Sethi set the wrapped ribbon in beside where the boots would go, and left the meal tray on the shelf by the hatch, where the man would find it, whether or not he decided he was hungry. Going out, he ducked the conduit without breaking step. The drive spaces still ran on Silva's appointments. A pegboard by the hatch carried the week's job tags in a dead man's writing, and Wells was working through them in order, because the order existed, with the sleeves of her coverall rolled and the look of someone 3 watches past the end of herself. Sethi put his request simply, the hold's lights to quarter through the Austri night, and the heat down 2 points. The children slept badly under full light, wide, dark eyes made for a red world, and the hold, at ship standard, was high summer to people who kept frost on their domes in midsummer. The trims balanced across both holds.
Wells's voice came out with an edge on it he hadn't asked for. "Silva set the exchange up whole ship. If I drop the forward heat, the condensate walks aft, and then I get to find out what else he was quietly holding level with settings nobody wrote down, and I get to find it out at the aft exchanger, which is scorched, so—" She stopped herself with her palm against the pegboard. The next words came out small. "That wasn't—" Wells didn't finish it, and Sethi didn't finish it for her.
"The quarter light when the watch allows," he said. "There's no hurry in it. They've kept their own dark under worse landlords." He put the ration bar he'd brought on the bench, where she would find it whether or not she decided she was hungry, and went back up the ladder. By the next Ostry night, the hold lights were down to a red quarter, and the air had an edge of cool in it, unannounced. The Farron had taken over what work the ship would give them. Crew coveralls went down to the hold torn and came back with Ostry stitching in them, close and even. The galley's dough was somebody's grandmother's business now, and better for it. A broad, quiet man had added himself to the ship's night watch at the hold ladder, turn for turn with the crew. Dignity rode on it was intended in speed. Sethi knew of no Farron word for passenger that was not also the word for cargo, and the 51 did not intend to be either. Dawes came down on the 8th day with a roll of cargo netting over his shoulder, and Rook conscripted behind him. "Second line on every rack before we make the junctions," Dawes said to the hold at large. "She corrects harder than she used to. Rack by rack." He checked Sethi's first lashing with 2 fingers. "Good knot, wrong load," and doubled it and moved on, and where a bedroll rode near the cold outboard plating, he reslung it inboard without being asked to and without saying why. Rook worked the far racks. A Farron child had stationed herself at his elbow, supervising, and partway through the 4th rack, she put the question with 5 generations of formality behind it. "What ship carried your line out?" "Not one you'd know," Rook said, not looking up. "Every ship is known." Rook pulled the lashing drum tight and tested it with his fist. "Not where I'm from," he said. And the child looked at him a moment longer, and then, with great courtesy, changed the subject to knots. At the end of the watch, the eldest came to Rook, where he was coiling the last of the netting. She spoke in the old idiom, formally, so that it could be refused formally if it had to be. "The man under the 4th shroud has no kin aboard. His people are of the staying. The kindred went out from Earth's harbor, and so did the ship of your mother's line. 2 ships, 1 leaving. Of all aboard, you stand nearest." Rook's hands went still on the netting. "I didn't know him." "You know the leaving." He looked at his hands for a while. "Tell me how to say it right," he said. And the eldest sat down on the crate across from him there and then, and began with the first vowel. Dawes had stopped in the ladderway with the net roll on his shoulder, watching that. He came back through the mess later, where Rook was turning cold tea and not drinking it, and put a deck of cards on the table in front of him. "You play?" "Enough to be robbed." "Good. Tomorrow, after the watch. Bring nothing you'd miss." He went. Rook squared the deck once with 1 finger, and left it squared, and stared at it a good deal longer than a deck of cards one's staring at. The woman worked the pallet nets each afternoon, re-webbing the ship's tired cargo mesh with the close Ostry weave, and Sethi had fallen into helping her, holding tension while she knotted. She had come up with the far shore boats on the last night of the sea lift. On the 9th day, over the work, she spoke of her family, formally, in the manner of laying things in their places, a father in the hill these 10 years, a cousin on the second keel, and her sister who kept to the birth-house. Her lungs are Austrie's, the woman said, drawing a knot home. Since her birth, Austrie keeps what is hers. She stayed then, Sethi said. Her hands went on to the next knot and finished it and did not start another. Then she gathered the loose end of the net out of his grip, courteously, as a thing done with, and inclined her head in the deep way he had seen at the speaking yard, from the benches to the platform, from a household to the road. The help is thanked, road-maker, she said, and took the net to the far side of the pallet and worked on alone. Sethi went up the ladder through the sounds of the hold and replayed every syllable he had said, in her tongue and his, and could put his finger on nothing, and the nothing sat in him all evening like a stone in a boot. Rook found him at the urn at the end of the watch. The kid drew himself a tea he plainly didn't want, and drank half of it anyway, and said, sideways, "The hold talks. You want to know what you said, or you want to sleep?" "I want to know." "Out here, stayed is a word you earn." Rook turned the cup in its ring. "It means you chose your ground and you stood on it. Marrow stayed. The pump crew stayed." A beat. "Her sister didn't choose anything. The birthhouse struck her name off the rolls where the whole yard could hear it. She was kept." The cup went down. "You told her sister had somewhere better to be." 30 years of contact work, and the trap had been dug in his own language. In drift he'd have caught in a stranger's tongue and walked straight past in his mother's. Sethi stood at the urn until his tea went the temperature of the room. "Thank you," he said. "Don't do that either," Rook said, and rinsed his cup and went. The next afternoon, Sethi came back to the pallet and stood at the end of the net until the woman looked up and set it in her register, formally, so it could be refused. "I spoke wrongly yesterday. Your sister was kept." He let the right word stand where the wrong one had been. "I walked the medical rolls with the keeper of the birth-house the day they were struck. She said each name aloud in her own hand's time. Your sister's name was said with care." The woman's hands rested on the mesh a moment. Then she held out the loose end of the net to him, the working end, and he took up the tension, and she bent to the next knot. "Roadmaker," she said, by way of resuming, and it was not the word it had been the day before, and it was not his name either. And they webbed the pallet down to the deck ring with her knots and his tension until the litany came down the hold and the lamps went to hooded. On the last morning of the week, the Austrie dawn came around at last to the ship's own morning, and the 2 clocks agreed for the first time since the span. The eldest uncovered the lamp. The names went down the hold, 3 names in 3 voices, and at the 4th shroud Rook stood where the kin stand and said the name, once in the low pitch, with the long first vowel he had practiced. Sethi picked out the practice in it, the vowel carried carefully as a full cup, and turned the stone at the shroud's head with both hands the way he'd been shown. At the survey flag the lamp paused its pause. Dawes was standing there. He had come down the ladder at the turn of the watch with no netting on his shoulder and no reason anyone asked for. And he stood at the casket's foot with his hands at his sides, and into the pause he said, "Silva," and nothing else, and stayed while the eldest carried the lamp on down the rows, and then went up to fly. The day was allowed to begin. Sethi went up after him as far as the survey bay, where the lights had stayed on through ship's night.
Vale had the Sable Reach turning in wireframe over her boards, flagged through in a color that belonged to no chart legend Sethi knew, and she spoke without turning around, which from Vale was a form of welcome. Your elders, the grandmother observations, she tapped a column of entries. I have the marks, I don't have the watchers, who watched, from where, at what hour of which night. I need it annotated in their words, not summarized in mine. They'll give you that. They answer people, not requests. Come down and ask them yourself, after their dawn. When's their dawn now? Yours, Sethi said. Vale turned at that and looked at him a moment, tired in the way of her lights. Then I'll come down at dawn. Her eyes went back to the wireframe, the flagged color turning slowly through it. Sooner or later, someone on High Reach is going to want your 51 to say all this in a room. Then between here and High Reach, someone had better learn how they're asked. In the hold that evening, the 51 gathered at the small route plate by the ladder, as they had begun to do as the traffic thickened. Souls approaches reaching out to meet the ship, junction by junction, more gold on the glass every Austri day than the day before. The keels were 3 days ahead on the same road. He had told the eldest that when they raised High Reach, the first thing he would find out was where those berths were, and he had kept the sentence shaped as a task, not a promise, and she had heard the difference and approved it. Now she stood in front of the plate with her hands folded, watching a fresh mark settle and hold, and put her question with the formality she'd have spent on a speaker. What is Earth's word when a mark takes the gold? Proven, Sethi said. She tried it. The vowel went long and low, the heavier world coming into the middle of it, Austri all through it, a word for certainty, 5 generations from home and drifting. Sethi took out the field book and wrote it down as she had said it, drift and all. Chapter 21. The Oblivious Shore. The drive came up to Stage 3 lying, right where Silva's notes said she would. Wells had the slate propped against the coolant manifold because that was where he had always propped it, and his warm-up regime filled the screen in a hand that argued with itself in the margins. Amendments on amendments, dates going back years, one long conversation with the ship. She lies at 3. The gauge will swear she's true, and she is not true. Don't chase it. Wait for the note under your feet. The Academy way was to chase it. Catch the variance early, correct in small bites, keep the band tight. On her first watch after Austri, Wells had done it the Academy way, because the Academy way was written down by people who were alive, and the drive had fought the trim for an hour and come out running rougher than she'd gone in. Wells had sat a long time in the empty compartment afterwards, with her hands over her mouth, furious at a dead man's handwriting for being right. So now she waited, hand flat on the casing, stylus down. The pumps ran their steady round overhead, and under them, low, a half-tone beneath everything else, the note came up through the deck plates. The sound the third stage made when it finally told the truth. She trimmed to the sound, small moves, letting the gauge come grudging after. And the band steadied, and Stage 3 came true. 12 minutes late by the book, exactly on time by Silva. There you are, she said to the drive, under her breath, and caught whose voice that was in her mouth, and kept it. The rest of the watch was small work, a weep on the aft feed line that needed a new gasket, and the gasket was in the portside spares locker, 3rd drawer, where Silva had decided gaskets went 20 years before she ever came aboard. On the shelf above the drawer sat the jug, his brew,
The stuff he ran off a coil of tubing behind the heat exchangers and pressed on people who had learned not to refuse. Half full, stopper in, exactly as he'd left it before Ostry. Nobody had poured it out. Wells took her gasket and shut the drawer, and then the locker door, harder than the door needed, hard enough that the jug rocked on its shelf. 2 steps down the passage, she stopped, went back, opened the locker, stood the jug square, closed it properly, and went and did the feed line. At the end of the watch there was the log. The Academy line was ready-made, Stage 3 variants within acceptable band following manual trim, no further action required. True, and useless to the next pair of hands. Her stylus moved before she'd decided anything. Stage 3 holds if you let her find it on her own. She'll make high reach if nobody asks her for 4. Don't ask her. Wells read it back once. It was his phrasing to the bone. The true state of the ship, whether you'd asked for it or not. She signed her own name under it and put the slate back against the manifold, where it went. Rook dealt like a man who had learned cards somewhere it was safer to lose. "Say the thing about the rain again," he said. "It just falls," Wells said. "Out of the sky. On everybody. Nobody owns it, and nobody bills you." "Barbaric," Rook said, and dealt. The mess at midwatch was theirs and the tea-urns. Vale had taken the first 2 hands off them with no visible effort and gone away satisfied, which Dawes said was the most alien thing about him. Dawes himself had stayed, playing a long game with terrible cards because, he said, that was the whole of flying. On the 4th hand, he folded, squared his cards on the table, and stood. "When the boarding team comes through at high reach, you stand next to me and you look bored. Don't volunteer anything. Don't be funny. You be funny, they'll decide you're smuggling yourself." "I'm hilarious under pressure." "That's what worries me." Dawes tapped the table once, the way he tapped a console before an approach. He said, "Winner strips the scrubbers," and went. Rook shuffled. His hands were quick and sure, and he watched them work instead of Wells, which was how she knew a real question was coming. "Your lattice," he said, "at the door of your system. It reads the hull, the manifest, the blood, all of it. It will. What's it make of a face like mine?" "Nothing," Wells said. "It reads bone and blood, and you're human on both sides, same as me. It won't blink." She could have stopped there. She didn't. "The concourse will stare, though." "Concourse can stare. I'm good at being stared at." The shuffle went on a moment and then didn't. "At home, my face says Earth got into everything. I know what to do with that. I've had 20 years of what to do with that." He set the deck down, even and square. "I don't know what it says here." "New," Wells said. "It says new. They'll want to like you, which is its own sort of tiring." "Wanting to like me?" Rook turned that over. "No one's tried that one." They played the hand. He won it, and dealt again, and said, without looking up, "Tell me one about Silva, a small one." "First day aboard, he's walking me in. He says, 'Mind your head.' I say, 'Why?' He says, 'Because there's a conduit there.'" Rook laughed. The real one. The short one that got out before the rye could catch it. "He watched me tie down a pallet my second day," he said. "Told me the knot was a disgrace. Then he retied it and didn't say another word. I think about that more than some funerals I've been to." "He told me you had reach hands," Wells said. "From him, that was a medal." Rook looked at the deck. "Thanks," he said, like the word had corners. "I keep finding him in the ship," Wells said, "too early. I thought it'd be the other way, that the ship would be where he isn't. It's where he is." Rook didn't tidy that up for her, which was the kindest thing anyone had done in days. He dealt her a card and let the quiet run. Past his shoulder, the blister showed the transit sky, strange stars thinning toward home, not one shape in it she knew. And the lift came up in her chest before she could vote on it. The old lift, the gantry lift, the one from before. She sat with it a moment. Then she let it be what it was. Deal, she said. Afterward, she went the long way back to her rack, past the hold deck, where the lights were down and the Ferran voices ran low and even, and Sathys ran low among them, worn thin and still asking questions. Somebody laughed at something, tired and real, and the sound followed her half the length of the ship. The lights in the survey bay stayed on through ship's night now. Wells came by at the end of the late watch with 2 teas, and one of them was a pretext. Vale had the Sable Reach up over her boards in wireframe, turning slowly, flagged all through in a color Wells had stopped asking about. "That for me?" Vale said without turning. "Put it where I won't elbow it." Wells put it where she wouldn't elbow it. She was at the hatch again before she turned around. "First day aboard, I told you this was the best job alive. You said ask you in a month." "Nearly 4, Vale said. "I know. It still is. That's the part I can't make fit." Vale turned, tea in both hands, and for a moment the exactness went out of her, and she was only tired. "It is the best job alive," she said, and went back to her boards. "That was never the problem." They made the crossing at the start of the morning watch, and Sol came up in the ports like a lit room. Wells had the mast board, warm-tested and honest. Dawes had the stick. Locke had the chair, square and correct, as he'd been since Ostry, his good coverall sealed to the collar. Vale stayed below with her boards. On the second day of the transit, Locke had waved Rook up to the jump seat at the aft rail, and that was where he rode now, stropped in, taking everything. Sol Approach had them within the hour. "Vessel on the span vector, identify and hold for authentication." "Sol Approach, NV Dawnward, open reach survey, inbound from the Sable Reach," Dawes said. "Hold acknowledged." The picket ran them by the book. The Dawnward's provenance resolving mark by proven mark on the shared board. 4 months of voyage going gold line by gold line, while 2 gray interceptors slid in a beam long as the Dawnward, lean as knives, and matched her drift without a word. At the rail, Rook took them in from bow to drive and said nothing at all. Clearance came, and the lane ran them down past Mars. Mars came up green at the limb. Every schoolroom plate Wells had ever traced said red, and the world in the port was green and blue and streaked with weather, young seas throwing back the sun, and strung above it in a slow necklace hung the Mercer yards. Pause. Gantries the size of towns, halls in every stage of being born, and one of those gantries, some year before Wells was anything, had laid down the Dawnward herself. She'd promised herself she'd be cool about Mars. She was not cool about Mars. Rook came off the rail to the port glass and stood with his arms folded, doing arithmetic Wells could read from the side of his face. "The whole reach," he said at last, "everything Rod holds, everything Rod ever took, every hull my port ever serviced, all of it together, it wouldn't fill 1 corner of that yard." A pause. "Your solar system is very rude." Wells said nothing. "No wonder," Rook said quietly to the glass, and didn't finish it, and Wells didn't ask him to. And then the home system closed around them, unchanged. the lighters and yard tugs, the deep-range ships on their long ceramic spines, the habitats strung bright along their orbits, all of it in motion, all of it lit, a whole civilization that had won and had not once looked up, exactly where they'd left it. The board chimed. A voice came up on the traffic band with a smile already in it. "Dawnward High Reach Control, and there you are. Welcome home, Reach Openers. Your berth's dressed, and half the concourse is on the glass already." "High Reach, Dawnward," Locke said. "Confirm approach. Approach confirmed. Lane 4. Tugs at the outer marker. Be advised you've 3 news feeds requesting live traffic, and the Academy's sent something with a seal on it. Decline the feeds. Survey traffic only." "Understood. And the Director's Office. Message begins. Renwick's compliments. Reception at your berth on arrival." "Acknowledged," Locke said. "Last item. You show your crew manifest as filed at departure. Confirm no amendments." The bridge was pumps and instrument hum. Locke's thumb pressed once into his palm. "Amendments transmitted, High Reach." A pause on the line. "Received, Dawnward. Sorry for your trouble." And then, because on that side of the line the day was a great day, "And congratulations, the whole wheel's talking about you." Nobody on the bridge answered that. Dawes leaned back from the stick, worn light, and spoke without turning around. "Coming up on the wheel. Anybody waves at you, wave back. It's cheaper than explaining." "Take us in, Wade," Locke said. The tugs picked them up at the outer marker and walked them in. The berth was dressed in survey blue, swags of it along the gantry rails, and the glass above the dock was packed, dock crews and clerks and families, kids up on shoulders, half the concourse like Control had promised, and on the public wall where the routes usually stood, a live feed of their own patched hull coming in, huge and slow. The same concourse she'd walked with a kit bag and a berth number. Steam stood over the noodle stall, the shift change queue backed up past the counter. A kid up on somebody's shoulders caught Rook in the viewport and stared, mouth open. Rook gave the stare back, level, Reach style. The kid grinned and waved. After a moment, Rook lifted one hand. The clamps came home somewhere aft, a shudder and then stillness, and for the first time in 100 days and more, the Dawnward stopped being underway. Around Wells, the bridge went to shutdown in its quiet order, Dawes safing the stick, Locke already squared toward the airlock and whatever Renwick's compliments meant, and her own board ran itself down to standby, massed honest to the last line. Nothing left in it that needed her. Wells went to the port glass. Earth turned under the station, the Terminator crawling west across an ocean, the night edge coming alight city by city, and above it all the traffic, the whole bright commerce of the luckiest place there had ever been. 4 months ago she had stood on the gantry over this exact view with her kit bag on her shoulder, certain that if she didn't stop and look, something in her chest would come loose. The love came up anyway. It came up through everything she was bringing home, through the empty berth aft, and the flagged wireframe in the survey bay, and the jug standing square in a locker. And it was not the old love, and it came up anyway. She stood at the glass and let it. Then she put her hand flat on the viewport frame, the way you'd rest a hand on a horse. Chapter 22. Now. The casualty annex ran to 1 page, Vale had read the whole debrief file the night they berthed, 400 pages of corridor data, contact protocols, stores reconciliation, and it was the one page she kept going back to. So when the assessor reached it on the first morning and read it out in the same mild voice he'd used for the fuel ledger, she was braced for it, and her mouth went dry anyway. Chief Engineer Silva, the assessor read, lost in the course of survey operations, day 76. Not lost, Vale said. The assessor looked up. He was young and courteous, and his office had a window with the Dawnward in it, patched hall, cowlings off, hanging negantry lights like evidence. Killed, Vale said, at the launch corridor anchor, holding a failing drive together while the last of the Ferran ships got out. Lost means you don't know where a thing is. We know where. I can give it to you to 9 figures. I'll amend it. He did. Vale watched the word change on the plate, and could not have said what the change fixed. There were forms after that. The pension schedule, the effects manifest, a query on whether the family would attend the welcome. Vale answered what she could and initialed the rest. The remainder of the morning was glory. First, authenticated survey of the Sable Reach. Contact with a human-descended people, confirmed, charted, alive. 41 nodes seeded and come into service. A corridor authenticated end-to-end, where 100 days ago the map had nothing at all, and span control at the mouth made permanent as the Reach's standing authentication anchor, logged cairn relay, so every mark behind the Dawnward would still answer to a fixed reference after she moved on. The assessor warmed as he went. It was somebody else's good year, and he got to read it aloud. 11 carriers posted intent against the corridor inside the first day, he said. The first licensed convoy loads at the Mercer yards within the month. Director Renwick's office has asked for the contact file directly for the welcome. That's set for day 110, full honors, the director presenting himself. It's the best return this office has processed in years, Doctor. I wanted to say so. Behind him, the public ledger ran live on the wall plate. Gold was climbing out along the new corridor, junction by proven junction, into the Reach that had been blank her whole life. And every mark was traffic, and all of it would run on the one thin road she had spent the voyage learning the price of. One ship had opened it. One ship could not stay and be it, could not sit at the mouth certifying freight for the rest of its life, while the sky past the last gold mark kept going out. What held the Reach now was a fixed thing at the door and a book of licenses. Item 40, the assessor said. Supplementary science, stellar attrition survey, corridor stress correlation, cause unresolved. A light stroke on the plate, choosing the category, the way you'd close a hatch you had no reason to think led anywhere. Vale knew the motion from the inside. Within tolerance. She'd written it herself, years enough ago, over a reading she never went back to, because the day was long and a clean sheet was easier than a mystery. Referred for assessment, he said. In sequence. What's the sequence? Contact file first, then route licensing, then the annual account. He meant it kindly. For a finding with the model implications flagged the way you flagged them, a year. Less if the board takes an interest. A year. Vale sat still and did the arithmetic she had done all the way home, and did it again. The Ferran sun had gone from white to amber inside 2 generations. The dead systems she'd charted were strung down the old traversal lanes like knots in a cord, and the newest of them had burnt out inside living memory. In sequence meant after the honors, after the licenses, after the accounts. In sequence was how the survey said never politely, and every day of it would be paid out of somebody's sky. "Thank you," Vale said, and stood, and was courteous all the way out of the office. The concourse outside assessments was loud with the ordinary wealth of a place that had never once been told no. The noodle stall loud behind its counter, its cook shouting orders back over his shoulder, yard crews and clerks and a wedding party trailing ribbon, all of it loud and bright and sure of itself. At the wall ledger, a crowd stood watching the new corridor resolve, and a man lifted his daughter onto his shoulder so she could see the gold come up. Two Farrens stood at the edge of the crowd in survey issue gray, the tall build, the wide dark eyes, watching the same gold climb across the reach they'd been carried out of. The child waved at the plate. The taller of the Farren turned away. Vale walked back to the ship. The Dawnward at her berth was being taken apart with respect. Yard crews ran 3 shifts in the drive section. The cowlings were off all down the aft third, and the drive Silva had saved, the drive that had carried them home half lame because the one man who could make her behave was dead, hung in pieces from a transfer frame with 2 fitters arguing quietly inside it. Sethi had been in the refugee offices since the morning they berthed, talking the Farren out of a holding deck and into real quarters. The passages were emptied out and echoing, a coat somebody had taken off. The receiver compartment stood open, panels stacked in the passage for the yard crews, and Wells was inside it, on her knees at the mast base, closing out couplings with a torque driver, headset around her neck. The same compartment where, 100 days ago, the two of them had pulled a human voice up out of 4 years of instrument error. "Doctor," Wells sat back on her heels. She'd boarded at High Reach, asking 5 questions a minute. She asked one now. "Did they take it? The finding?" "Referred," Vale said, "for assessment. In sequence." And then, because the kid kept looking at her, she explained the sequence. The contact file, the licensing, the accounts, the board, the year, the whole polite machine, and caught herself at it, explaining freely to a first voyage junior, and went on and finished it because Wells had found the signal and had a right to the rest. Wells was quiet a moment. Then she turned back to the mast and set the driver on the next coupling. "Silva told me on my first day to tell him if the mast was lying," she said. "It never lied once. 4 years, and it was telling anyone who'd listen." Vale had dated every dead sun in the Reach and priced a corridor to the hour, and she had no line in her record for the first thing the expedition ever found. How a human voice had reached a soul receiver 4 years before there was a road to carry it. She had left it in the file marked unresolved because it was. Vale left her with the mast. In her cabin she made tea and built the release and let the tea go cold.
Provenance first. She built everything provenance first. The founder logs of the stranded ship, a century and more old, authenticated line by line. 60 years of hand-ruled sky charts by a Farren woman who never owned an instrument finer than a sighting frame and never missed a clear night. Dated, cross-checked, honest. Her own corridor counts, the attrition map, the correlation run all 4 ways, the mechanism under it, and the 2 mundane explanations she had spent half the voyage killing so that nobody else would get to hide in them. Half of it had come off Ostry during the evacuation itself. Baselines handed up through the smoke, a crate of charts on a refugee shuttle with a child sitting on the lid. It was beautiful work. Silva would have argued every comma of it and then bought her a drink.
Then the claim, plain, one page, because the people it was for did not read appendices. The official model spread the cost of traversal evenly across the whole sky, everyone's endowment drawn down together, slow, priced in, comfortably far off. It was wrong the way an average is wrong, true of the whole, false of every place anyone actually stood. The cost pooled. It followed the traffic, and it fell hardest where the roads were few and narrow. And past the span, the frontier was nothing but few and narrow. Earth cooled too slowly to fear, because Earth sat in the middle of 10,000 redundant ways home. Out on the thin roads, whole systems hung from one corridor each, and the thin roads were killing them in decades. Not millennia, decades. Even at home the record showed it, Earth's own surface cooling, 0.5 degrees every 5 years, published, charted, and popularly explained as a stellar cycle, a thing you call a cycle when you need it to come back. The reaches were dying at the speed of the traffic Earth sent through them, and this morning 11 carriers had posted intent. Vale wrote it cold and checked every citation twice, and her hand stayed leveled the whole way, which was how she could tell. At 0340 station time, the package was whole, sourced, sealed, authored under her name. The package would enter the ledger publicly and permanently, provable to anyone and beyond anyone's recall. One authorization. Within the hour, it would be on every plate on High Reach. By station morning, it would be on Earth. And there would be no board, no sequence, no year of assessment, and no getting it back. Nor her license. Nor, in all likelihood, the berth she was sitting in. Vale sat with her thumb off the plate. Being right had cost her a mentor once, and a marriage. She had carried a number alone before. She knew how that went. Out in the yard frame, a cutter started up. An early crew, back onto the dead drive. Vale closed the slate, took her jacket, and went looking for the captain. The forward hold stood open to the gantry, dock light coming in cold across the deck, and Dawes was in it, alone, with a crate. "You're up early," he said. "You're up late." "That too." The quartermaster's slate was propped against the crate with the form on it, still blank. Silva's crate, the good torque set, hand tools worn bright at the grips, a coil of test leads still tangled from the last job. Dawes' coffee had quit steaming a while ago. "Quartermaster wants it itemized," he said. "Issue kit back to stores, effects to the family. I've been standing here trying to work out which half of a man's tools they think they own. The green tags are stores. Everything he cared about, he bought himself. He told me so the first time I doubted one of his instruments." Dawes puffed, not quite a laugh, and started lifting green tags into the stores tray, and it went quick after that. Partway through, he nodded at the slate under her arm. "Where are you headed with that?" "To lock. The proof's finished. The model's wrong. The cost pools on the thin routes. That's what's killing the reaches, and it's killing them in decades. It goes public today, under my name." Vale had spent the transit building the case for the man who would argue the board, her license, the sober second look, the good of the survey. Dawes dropped another tag in the tray. "How sure?" "There's no innocent reading left." "They'll come for your ticket," he said. "Yes." "Okay." He straightened and looked at her, and for a moment he was the man she'd watched fly them out of a gun line without once raising his voice. Post it before breakfast. Morning shift reads. By afternoon, it's somebody's spin. At the hatch she stopped. The torque set. If the family doesn't want it, they'll want it. Dawes was already back at the tags. Go on. His light's been on an hour. The forward passage was the only part of the ship still warm. At the end of it, the office hatch stood a hand's width open, light through the gap, and behind it the small sounds of paper. Vale knocked on the frame. "It's open?" Locke sat at the desk with his slate dark at his elbow and real paper in front of him, and he turned the page face down, unhurried, before she was through the hatch. He looked at her, the slate under her arm, the jacket, the hour, and waited. "Aiden," she said, and set the slate on the desk between them. "The proof's finished. It goes out today, publicly, under my name, every source I have. I'm asking you to stand next to it." Chapter 23. Proper Channels. The refit master condemned the Dawnward's main drive at 9 in the morning, station time, with a wax pencil and no ceremony at all. Locke stood on the inspection gantry while the man worked the casing seam by seam, tapping, listening, chalking, a doctor going down a spine. The drive lay open to the yard lights in 11 sections. Along the third and fourth, old welds showed silver where the stress paint had cracked, been painted over, and cracked again, and the refit master crouched over those with his lamp for a long while. "There's 2 hands in these repairs," he said at last. "One of them was arguing with physics and winning, the other one was praying." He straightened, chalked "condemned" across the casing in letters a hand high, and consulted his board. "Says here the engineer's post is vacant." "Yes," Locke said. "Well," the refit master said. He pulled his cap back down and went aft along the casing with his pencil. Locke stayed on the gantry until the survey was done and signed where the yard needed him to sign. Then he went down through the dock, past his own ship sitting opened up and mute in the cradle, and out into the station. The survey had berthed the Farron in a cargo hall on the Spinward Arc, and Locke had gotten into the habit of walking through it once a day because the letters he had to write on their behalf went better with the people fresh in his eye. This morning the hall smelled of their flat-grain bread and the resin they burned a pinch of at meals, and an elder had the air handler apart on a blanket, reassembling it to run quieter, having asked nobody. Along one bulkhead, low, at the height of a bunk, a child had taped up a sky, sheet after sheet of paper, stars laid out in careful yellow, and at the center of it, big as a plate, a sun drawn the color suns are supposed to be. Their leave to remain ran in 90-day grants, renewable on argument. Locke had signed the first application that morning with a covering letter, and the letter had taken him an hour. It kept growing reasons. Back in the borrowed office on the survey ring, his own day cabin was a refit zone now, tagged and sheeted. A note sat in his queue from Renwick, sent down in the director's own hand. "You brought them home. The rest is arithmetic and other people's shouting. Sleep first, then come up and see me." Locke had read it 3 times since docking. It read like the man, warm, unhurried, sure. He'd drafted 2 replies and sent neither. Vale came at the end of the day watch. Locke stood when she came in. He'd always stood for Vale, some formality he'd never managed to drop with her, and had given up trying to. She told him once, years back, that being welcomed by him was like being received by her bank, and she'd set it sideways so it could be waved off, the only kind of compliment she gave. He cleared a docking schedule off the second chair and poured her a coffee from the flask on the sill without asking, because between them that had never needed asking. Vale didn't sit. She put a slim gray case on his desk, set it square, and stood behind it with her slate against your chest. She hadn't slept, and she wore that the way she wore everything, colder, more exact. "You know what this is," she said. "I know what it is." "Then I want 10 minutes and your countersign." She set the slate down beside the case. "The posts are drafted. Full data set, full methods, every baseline down to the Farron founder logs. My name on the analysis, the ship's seal on the data. You countersign and it's on the open ledger inside the hour. Provenance bonded through every reading. After that, it can't be unsaid, not by the survey, not by Earth, not by anyone who ever wishes it quieter." "Sit down, Doctor." "I'll stand." Locke looked at the case. The Dawnward's crest sat in one corner of the lid, dock-worn, with Vale's own authentication string beneath it in small, neat print. He'd known this conversation was coming since the middle of the transit home. He'd expected to be readier for it. "I've been through your work 3 times, he said. "Once on the run home, twice since we docked. I want that on the table before anything else. I think it's right. I think it's the best work anyone in this survey has done in my lifetime, and I think it's right." "Then sign." "No." Vale looked at him for a moment. Then she moved the coffee 3 centimeters further from the slate, as if clearing a bench for an experiment that had just got longer. "Tell me why," she said. "You've got the 10 minutes. Spend them however you like." "Because released tonight raw, it dies," Locke said. "Not the science, the release. The first attack won't touch your mathematics. It'll come for everything around it. One expedition, one reach, an instrument suite that took battle damage before half the readings existed. Baselines salvaged off a dying world by the same crew that's asking Earth to grieve for it. Every fact about how we got this data is a handle, and there's a whole civilization out there with a sky it loves that needs it not to be true. That's not a conspiracy. That's grief the size of a species, and it will grab any handle it's offered. It goes out raw, it gets torn apart in public, and then it isn't a finding anymore. It's a scare that got debunked, filed with every doomsday that never came. And the next person who finds this, with better data and cleaner provenance, walks into a world that already knows it's nonsense. Warnings die once, Doctor. I want hours spent where it can't be killed." Vale let him finish. "Everything you just said is in the appendix," she said. "The sample size, the damage, the salvage chain. I wrote the attack myself, and then I answered it, which is what a methods section is. It will never be less contested than it is tonight. Data doesn't ripen, Aiden. It only gets older, and the corridors load while it does." "Then weigh what it arms. Half the network wants Earth's flag off every hull in the Reach, and this says they're right. Not aggrieved, right. It goes out raw, and inside a week it's in Raid's hands, and Raid doesn't need it reviewed. He needs it loud. It's true in Raid's hands or out of them. And on Earth, it isn't a finding at all. It's a run on the routes. Nobody reroutes calmly off the thing their whole life stands on." "The panic is scheduled either way," Vale said. "The only variable is whether it arrives while rerouting still matters." Locke came out from behind the desk and crossed to the viewport, where Earth turned full and blue under the frame, traffic crawling its orbits in strings of light. "And if the survey breaks on it? We are the only organization in the reachable sky whose job is going and looking. Put out an unreviewed catastrophe under our seal, let it get shredded, and the charter goes with it. Then who sends the next ship? Who finds the next Ostry, the one that still has people on it, with time still on the clock? If the survey can only live by sitting on this, Vale said, tell me what it's for. He turned around. She hadn't raised her voice. She'd set the words down the way she set instruments down, exactly where they do their work.
There's a Hall of Farron on the Spinward Arc, he said, and brought his own voice down. Who's standing here is goodwill all the way down. I signed their first 90 days this morning. I wrote the covering letter. Released tonight, and by tomorrow they aren't refugees anymore. They're exhibits. Living proof that Earth kills suns, birthed inside Earth's own station, on a 90-day grant, in an age you've just told is guilty. I don't know what gets decided about them next. Neither do you. That's my point. Their grandparents sent Earth one sentence, do not open the road wider. That was their release, Aiden. It's the only reason we went and the only reason I have a baseline at all. They chose loud and it cost them a world. What I can't do is stand in a station getting rich off their corridor and rule that they should have gone through channels. She stopped there. For a moment the precision went out of her, all of it at once, and across the desk stood a woman 30 hours awake, asking a friend for something. Sign it, Vale said. Please. I can't do that, Doctor. She picked her slate back up and set it against her chest, like a closed door. Listen to me, Locke said, coming back to the desk. You keep saying buried. Nobody is burying anything. I'm signing my name to it tonight. Endorsement attached. My confidence in the finding entered on the record. A request for expedited, full, authenticated review, and a request that you sit on the panel that conducts it. Every objection answered inside the seal, so that when it goes public, and it will, there is no handle left on it anywhere in the sky. That's not suppression. That's the difference between a shout and a verdict. There is a difference, Vale said. It changes nothing. It changes everything. It's the only thing that ever has. He caught the pitch of his own voice and brought it down. There's a channel for this. It's slow because it's load-bearing. Renwick has carried this survey through every funding winter in my lifetime. I've stood in that office and watched him take a loss to keep a principle. The man sent us, Doctor. He moved the whole window to get us out there. He'll know what this is. Proper channels, Vale said, flat, like a reading she was repeating back for confirmation. You can make it sound like a place things go to die. It's also the only place they come out of alive. Then name one. She nodded at the desk between them. One finding of this size against this much interest that went into review and came out whole. Take your time, I brought a slate. That isn't fair to him. No, Vale said, it's accurate. Earth cannot afford this to be true, and you are rooting it to the people whose job is keeping Earth affordable. That's not what his job... Locke stopped himself and started fairer. He is not the man you're describing. The corridor baselines, the last three. Pull the collection stamps sometime and set them against the launch log. Silva was on the anchor while I pulled them. The proof and the price carry the same timestamp. Nothing moved in her voice at all. Sign it, and he bought something. He'll have bought it either way, Locke said too fast, and then more came, and he let it. Review is his buying it. Review with my name on it. Review that can't be waved off. Review that turns what happened out there into policy, instead of a headline that burns hot for a week and dies. I'll walk it up myself. I'll stand over it. If it slows, I'll go back up and stand over it again. And if the panel wants the raw cores, they'll get the raw cores, and if...
"You're over-explaining." She said it quietly and set the slate flat on the case. "You had one reason when I walked in. You're up to 6. You do it when you don't believe yourself. I've sat across a plot table from you for years. I know the tell." She straightened. "You're not choosing the safe route, Aiden. You're choosing the route where the survey is still good, where the age is still worth the people it spent getting here. You can't afford for that to be wrong, so you've ruled that it isn't, and you're calling the ruling caution." "How many rooms, Nora?" His voice didn't lift at all. "How many rooms have you been the only honest one in? Your mentor, your marriage, my ship, this office, apparently. Has it ever once occurred to you to ask why that keeps happening?" Vale went very still. When she spoke again, it was in the voice she kept for instruments. "The model didn't fail because anyone lied," she said. "It failed because averaging is how dying disappears. Spread it thin enough, and nobody's standing where it shows." She lifted the case off his desk and put it under her arm. "That's what your channel does, Captain. It averages. Silva thins out to a line in an annex. The Farron thin out to a resettlement figure. The Reach thins out to a promising corridor with open questions. And in a year you'll be able to live with all of it, and you'll call that proportion." She crossed to the hatch and stopped with her hand on the frame and didn't turn around. "Note my objection in the routing record," she said, formally. The hatch closed behind her. The coffee he'd poured stood full on the edge of the desk. Locke sat down, opened a blank transmittal, flagged it Expedition Finding, First Importance, and began to write. The covering transmittal was customarily 1 page. Locke's ran to 4. He set out the finding in Vale's own terms and attached her full dataset reference. He entered his endorsement on the record, "My complete confidence in the analysis and the analyst," and requested expedited review under full authentication, and requested Dr. Vale be seated on the panel that conducted it. At 3 in the morning, he read the whole of it back and answered it for her, paragraph by paragraph, in her voice, as she'd have answered it, and rewrote it and answered that, too. Somewhere around the 3rd rewrite, he stopped pretending he was improving it and went out to walk the ring. At the public ledger wall by the transit heads, the Sable routes were filling in. Gold, mark by proven mark. Every one a licensed transit, a bonded route, freight and survey and passage moving out into the reach they'd opened. And even at this hour a knot of people stood watching the marks resolve, and a docker with a drink in his hand cheered one home like a race result. Locke stood at the back of the crowd and made Vale's argument to himself, better than she'd made it. He'd been doing it all night, both parts, winning every round and starting again to be sure. 3 more marks went gold while he stood there. He went on. The long way back past the cargo hall. The lights inside were down to embers, and through the hatch glass someone was singing low, one of the Farron's slow rounds, the kind that goes nowhere and doesn't need to. The paper sky by the child's bunk hung gray in the half-light, and the crayon sun with it, gone the color of everything else. He slept 2 hours and dreamed of nothing he kept. The secure store opened at 6. The duty officer brought the Expedition Corps out of the vault on a trolley, a gray courier case the size of a toolkit, the Dawnward's crest on the lid. Every measurement the ship had made in the Sable Reach, provenance bonded, the original against which every copy in the sky would be checked. The officer offered the bonded courier run twice because captains didn't usually stand in line at the vault window.
"I'll carry it myself," Locke said, and signed. The directorate kept its offices 3 levels up the survey ring. He went up through the morning shift change, past the noodle stall trailing steam across the concourse, past the ledger wall where a child up on a man's shoulders was counting the new gold aloud, and along the quiet upper passage to the only carpet he knew of on High Reach. Renwick's aide came around her desk when she recognized him. "He's in allocation hearings the rest of today, Captain. He'd have cleared them if he'd known. He'll be sorry he missed you. He's kept tomorrow morning for you, first thing before anything else." She smiled. "He's been telling everyone since you made Soul. Well done. He says it about all of you." She put a hand out for the case, matter of course. "I can log that into the director's safe overnight if you like." "Thank you," Locke said. "I'll bring it up myself." He went back down with the case under his arm. Earth stood full in the concourse ports on the way, blue and lit and turning, and the morning crowd went past him fast and easy, rich and late, and nobody looked twice at what he carried. It was the size of a toolkit and lighter than it had any right to be. He took it the long way round, through the bright and ordinary station, and in the borrowed office he set it on the desk, square to the edge, where Vales had sat, and waited for morning, when he would carry it up to Renwick.
Chapter 24. Further Study. Renwick poured the coffee himself, 1 cup and then the other, and set Locke's down on the near side of the desk where a man could reach it without asking. Beyond the viewport, Earth sat in her morning quarter, blue and lit and streaming traffic, and the office smelled of the good beans Renwick never admitted to sourcing. One wall carried the crew photographs, expedition after expedition going back 40 years, and Locke was in 2 of them. On the desk display, angled with some consideration so that both men could read it, was Vale's proof. "I read it twice," Renwick said, sitting. "Once when you brought it up last night, and again at 4 this morning, because I woke and it wouldn't leave me be." He moved his cup a small distance, squaring the desk for work. "She writes a clean argument, your Dr. Vale. I tried to get a finger between the numbers, and I could not do it. Tell her that, when things are easier between you. Tell her the old man tried." Locke had slept 3 hours and come up the station spine rehearsing this meeting against every way it could go wrong, and the first thing the real one did was go better than any rehearsal. "That's why I brought it to you," he said, and heard himself keep talking, filling room that didn't need filling. "She wanted it public, straight release, all channels, no review, and I understand why. If you'd watched that sun go down week on week, you might want it shouted too. But raw and contested, it poisons every warning that comes after it. If the first word Earth hears is wrong in 1 decimal, there's no second word. It had to come in clean or not at all. You said that last night." Renwick tapped the desk edge, twice, lightly. "Contested data poisons every warning after it. I wrote it down. I intend to use it on people a good deal more important than me." The smile was brief and real. "Drink your coffee." Locke didn't reach for it yet. "Silva," Renwick said in a different key. "We'll talk about him properly when there's a glass in front of each of us. Today, just this much. The citation that came up from protocol wasn't good enough, and I sent it back with notes. He'll be read first at the ceremony, and he'll be read right." He'd have hated the fuss, loudly. "Good," Renwick said. "The fuss isn't for him." He set the cup aside altogether and set both palms to the desk, and Locke knew the posture from 20 years of budget rooms, the director arriving at business. "Now, here is what happens to it. I want you to hear the whole of it before you fight me on any part of it. And you will fight me. You're her captain and an honest man. But I'd rather you did it in this room than in a corridor." "All right," Locke said. "It goes to the Standards and Provenance Board, the full board, all 7 chairs. Not a panel, not a subcommittee, nothing delegated to a clerk with a stamp. It goes under seal with her data entire. Every raw record the Dawnward brought home, every step of her method. Nothing summarized, nothing excerpted. Whatever else that board is, it is not careless. They will read every line of it the way I read it. And there it was. The thing Locke had carried up the spine to ask for, granted before he could ask it. Something in his shoulders came down an inch. When do they convene? When they convene. Locke waited.
The board sets its own calendar, Renwick said, and there was nothing evasive in it. He said it the way a man explains the keel of a boat. That isn't obstruction, Aidan. It's the entire worth of the instrument. The day this office hands them a date, it stops being their review and becomes mine, and mine is worth nothing. Half the network believes Earth marks her own examinations. The other half is certain of it. The only review that can carry a finding this size is one that nobody upstairs was ever seen to schedule. Weeks? A season? As long as it takes to be unanswerable. Renwick turned his cup by the handle, a quarter, no more. And I'll tell you what it has to answer, because I know 2 of those 7 personally, and I can hear them from this chair. One Reach, one, surveyed during a running engagement on a mast that took battle damage in the same weeks it took the readings. A baseline drawn from a stranded ship's logs that no calibration office has ever touched, translated out of a dialect a century and 20 years adrift, carried home by a crew that buried a man getting it, grief in every margin. He lowered his hand. Every word of that is true. None of it is the finding's fault. All of it will be said, so I would rather it was said in a sealed room by our own people than on the open channels by raids. She answers the sample. 3rd section, the corridor comparisons, the null reaches. She does, and well, and the board will weigh it, which is what boards are for. Renwick's voice didn't change. The distributed model has 70 years of quiet behind it, Aidan, and every root house and chancery in the network prices on its arithmetic. I'm not telling you 70 years makes it right. Ask any sailor about the chart that was right until it wasn't. I'm telling you that new against old is a weighing, and a weighing you hurry is a shove. Locke sat forward. Then give them the author. Put Nora Vale in front of the 7 with the Austri records, and there won't be a hostile chair left in the room by supper. You told me she wanted it released raw, straight out, no review. Your words, 10 minutes ago. Locke's own sentence came back across the desk at him with nothing added to it. He reached for the coffee to give his hands a task. It had gone lukewarm. That is not a mark against her, Renwick said. It's the cost of being first and being sure. I'd worry about an author who didn't want it shouted. But the rule is the same for anyone. Work under review, the author keeps distance from the material. If she stands in that room burning as you describe her, the chairs stop seeing the finding and start seeing the fire. They'll write her down as a woman who lost a crewmate and found a cause, and then they'll write the finding down beside her, and neither gets up again. So she waits outside her own proof. So she is protected from the part of this that eats people. There's an astrography chair open at the academy, senior, endowed. It went across with her name on it an hour ago. Locke set the cup down. Teaching. The best cartography students alive, a ground birth, and a year in which her name is not a headline. She'll fight it. It is still the kindest true thing I can do for her. Renwick nodded at the display. And her name stays off the public docket altogether. Transmitting officer only. That isn't erasure, Aiden. That's armor. She won't wear it. No, but she'll still have a career in 5 years, which the loud version gives to nobody. Not to her, not to the survey, and not to one soul down the ring. Renwick rose and went to the viewport. "Come here a moment." Locke went. Below the office, the station fell away ring by ring, the yards and the embassy floors and the long visitor berths, and Earth beyond all of it, turning. "You berthed the Ferran at the visitor ring," Renwick said. "I signed the hospitality order myself. Did you know our kitchens couldn't manage their proteins? There's a chemist up from Marseille rewriting the menus. She sends me samples. Some of them are even food." The warmth in it was real, and then it went somewhere older. Every one of those people is the guest of a world that half the network blames for the dark. The day this breaks raw, not proven, Aiden, raw, they stop being refugees and become exhibits. RAID stands them in front of every lens in the Reach and says, "Earth's phone survey says I was right." Our friends go quiet. Our enemies get loud, and the one Earth flag still welcome in ports that hate us comes down a mast at a time. That flag is the flag they came in under. The Terminator was crawling west below them, cities coming up along the dark edge. "Then the corridor," Locke said, and heard the edge in his own voice and let it stay. "The Sable licenses. Hold them. No announcement, no verdict, but paperwork going slow. You could do it with one memo."
Renwick came back to the desk and sat down before he answered, and for the first time that morning he looked his age. "A held corridor is a published verdict. The queue is public record on the open ledger. Freeze the Sable grants the same week the Dawnward comes home a hero, and every clerk from here to the belt asks the same question at the same dinner. What does the survey know? There is no quiet way to stop a road." He set the cup aside. "The marks are arithmetic, Aiden. What the marks mean is a claim. Arithmetic goes on the ledger, claims go to the board. I cannot take the arithmetic hostage to the claim without announcing the claim, and announcing it raw is the one thing you and I agreed we cannot do before you ever reach this office." Locke looked for the flaw in it and could not find one. "What I can do is this. Next cycle's estimates carry a properly instrumented Sable expedition, a science hull calibrated for exactly this work, tasked to reproduce her result or break it, further study with teeth. That is not a shelf, that's a second ship. Next cycle. The estimates are a fight every year. I usually win." Renwick turned the display a half turn so that it faced Locke square. "And so you know exactly where it stands, it went across to the board's registry an hour before you sat down, sealed, time-marked, authenticated, received. Whatever else happens in this age, nobody alive or after us can say it was not received." "Before you'd heard me?" Locke said. "The moment it existed in this office, it was safer under their seal than mine. Sit on a thing like that for a week, and you'd have been right to wonder why. Now it can never disappear, and neither can the date it arrived." The docket sat on the screen in administrative gray. Accession 7741. Sable Reach. Stellar attrition observations anomalous. Status referred. Further study. Vale had titled the work herself. Locke had read it on her slate 2 nights ago. On the concentration of traversal cost in high-use corridors. Somewhere between last night and this morning, it had become 6 words and a number, and each of the 6 had been argued for in this room inside the hour, reasonably, by both of them. "I hope the board breaks it," Renwick said. "Do you understand me, Aiden? I hope she's wrong. I have never hoped anything harder in my working life." "And if she isn't wrong?" Then a true warning is going to need the survey still standing when it comes back, and one man in this building clean enough to carry it. That's why the docket has you as transmitting officer and nothing else. It isn't caution, it's provision. You're the man I'm keeping." There was a right thing to say to that, and Locke couldn't find it, so he said, "The ceremony?"
"Day after tomorrow. Full honors, the whole crew on the high dais, Silva's name first. Don't scowl at me. They earned it twice over, and the Farron down the ring have earned the sight of somebody being thanked for them." Renwick drew his slate toward him, a man with a morning of other work waiting behind the morning's work. "Is anyone coming up for you?" "My mother's asked for a seat." "Then she'll have the front row. I'll see to it myself." Locke said he'd be glad of that, and meant it, and disliked how much he meant it. Renwick came around the desk to walk him to the door, and the hand he put on Locke's shoulder was warm and had weight behind it. "You did exactly right, Aiden. If it had gone out raw, I couldn't have protected any of it. Not her, not those people, not you. It came to me clean because you were the man I always took you for. Now go and sleep before they start pinning things to you."
"Thank you," Locke said. The protocol office had the long concourse half-dressed by the time Locke came down. Bunting in survey blue was going up along the gantry rails. A rigger on a lift was arguing a banner bracket straight. Dais sections were coming off a flatbed loader, while a sound check tapped through the public address. Ordinary work, done well, by people glad to be doing it. Locke walked the length of it, because the alternative was the lift straight down to quarters, and he wasn't ready to be anywhere small. The public ledger filled the end wall, the whole reachable network laid out in light, and along its far edge, where for the whole of Locke's life there had been nothing at all, the Sable Reach was filling in. Not blank now. Threads of gold ran out into it. The corridor the Dawnward had opened, the first licensed routes resolving mark by proven mark, unforgeable, authenticated, open to anyone alive who cared to read them. While he watched, another closed and went gold, and stayed. 2 cadets stood under the wall with their caps in their hands. "That's the Dawnwards," then said. "They're posting Sable rotations in the spring. I'm putting in." "You and every hall rat on the ring," said the other, and they laughed, and either of them looked twice at the big, plain man standing off their shoulder in a working coat. The slate chimed at his belt. 2 items, 1 cue. The first was a personnel notice, copied to him as commanding officer of record. Dr. N. Vale, seconded, Marcus Cole Academy, Chair of Astrography, effective on posting. Expedition data access suspended pending board review. There was nothing in it that required his signature. It was a notice. It had already happened. The second was Silva's citation, back from the director's office with the notes worked through, waiting on his approval. Locke read it at the rail, all of it, slowly. It was true, and it was better than the draft had been, and Renwick's hand was in every line that was better. He pressed his thumb to it and sent it on. Under the wall, another route resolved. The cadets had gone. A tour group was coming through, a guide walking backwards ahead of it, telling the new Reach's story already, 2 days before the medals. 4 years the Dawnward's mast had carried the voice before anyone pulled it up out of the floor of its hearing. A human voice, crossing all that dark, out of a reach the map didn't cover, to say one thing to whoever opened the road. If this reaches Earth, do not open the road wider. It had reached Earth. It had come in clean. "Captain Locke?" A marshal from the protocol office, young, with a seating chart and a list. "They need you for the Order of Honor, sir. You're first." Locke put the slate away and went where the marshal pointed. Chapter 25. Two Who Carry It. Her authentication string still worked. Vale established that first at the alcove terminal at 6 and spent the hour that followed mapping the boundary of what it would no longer open. The station library answered her. The live sky feeds answered her. The public ledger answered as it answered anyone alive. The Sable expedition set returned 3 lines of gray type. Referred for review, access suspended pending determination by the Standards and Provenance Board. The survey thanked her for her understanding. She ran the query 4 ways: accession number, serial instrument, date range, her own name, and the same 3 lines came back each time, from which she concluded that the exclusion had been built by somebody competent who had studied how she searched. Vale entered the boundary in her notebook because it was a finding, and findings got recorded. Everything the ship had measured beyond the span, sealed. Everything from before, open. The mast's old fault archive was still open. 4 years of an aft quarter reading high and dock, dispositioned as a ray error at every inspection. The 100 days between departure and home not addressable by any query she was licensed to make. Her own personnel file was open, as it was to any officer. The secondment order sat in it, cut at 0117 station time. The directorate kept a night shift. Her methods debrief, standing in the ship's calendar since the transit, had come off it overnight. No one had canceled it. It was simply no longer there when she looked. At 7:30, a records officer came down from the directorate level with a trolley and a consolidation docket. All working copies of a referred finding to be brought under the accession seal. He gave her the form, asked her psych eval to be withheld, and asked for her consolidation slates and beatbacks on those. It was board practice. He said that twice. Val handed across her working slates, the annotated baselines, the drafts. Draft public communications, 17 items, he entered, and asked her to confirm the count, and she confirmed the count. The receipt printed on survey paper, itemized, stamped, correct in every particular. He left a second form on the desk. Reader access could be requested by anyone at any time through the ordinary process, and wheeled her work away up the ring, visibly relieved that there had been no scene for him to be sorry about. Nobody in the survey had raised a voice to her in 2 days. It had all been done with thanks. The letter from the academy came mid-morning over the provost's own signature. The chair of astrography, senior and endowed, the best students alive, a ground berth, a research allowance she had not asked for and could not fault, and the warm personal recommendation of Director Renwick under all of it. A seat had been booked on tomorrow's 0600 shuttle should it suit her. The letter required nothing from her at all. It was not an offer, it was a description. In the metrology loft, returning the survey's reference plates, she passed the bench line, and 2 junior cartographers came to their feet for no administrative reason at all. It should not have helped, and did, a little. Vale pulled the public docket before noon from the open ledger, as anyone alive could. Accession 7741, Sable Reach, Stellar Attrition Observations, Anomalous. Status, Referred. Further Study. Transmitting Officer, Captain A. Locke, NV Dawnward. The provenance chain ran unbroken from the mast to the vault and stopped 1 name short of complete. In any dataset Vale kept, a record with the maker's field blank went back marked defective. This one had been made that way by hands that understood exactly what a provenance chain was for. 2 nights ago, the work had been titled On the Concentration of Traversal Cost in High-Use Corridors. Now it was 6 words and a number. She read the 6 words several times. They were accurate, the way an average is accurate. On the main concourse, the riggers had the bunting half up, survey blue along the gantry rails, and a protocol crew was fixing seat numbers to the dais in rows. The far wall carried the whole reachable network in light, and along its sable edge the gold had gone from one thread to a weave in 6 days. Every mark a licensed transit, every transit a load on the corridor. Vale stood in front of it long enough to do the arithmetic she was no longer permitted to check against her own data, and went back up to the alcove. The order of honors reached the whole ship's company at once. Form up 9:30, the high dais, dress order, confirmation requested by 1800. Silva's name would be read first. Her own name was gone from the docket and present on the seating plan. Protocol worked from the crew manifest. She released the seat back to protocol, confirmed the shuttle berth for 0600, and closed the terminal. Wells had sent her something at midnight, long, with 2 attachments. Vale marked it for the shuttle, when there would be time to answer it properly, and went down to the ship for her gauges. The Dawnward sat opened up in the refit cradle, dorsal plating off in sheets, the yard's tags on every hatch that mattered. Locke stood at the cradle gate, facing the concourse. He had not come to see the drive. "Doctor," he said, "Mia Cade. Doctor, Captain. Your objection is in the routing record. Word for word, time marked, first item after the endorsement." "I know. I checked at 6. "The secondment came out of the directorate," Locke said. "I saw it when the notice was already moving. I want you to know that." "I know that too." She had pulled the routing metadata in the same hour. The order had originated 3 levels above his authority and had never passed through it. It changed nothing, and it was true, and she gave it to him because it was true. He looked past her at the ship, then back. "There's a seat on the dais tomorrow with the crew, whatever the docket says. Every soul on that stage knows whose work it was." "I released it this morning." Locke was quiet a moment. Then he went on, because he had more, and she had known he would have more. The review, he would walk it up himself. If it slowed, he would go back up and stand over it. The second expedition, in next cycle's estimates, a science hull, instruments calibrated for exactly this work. His name was against all of it, and would stay against all of it. He had said most of it before, 2 nights ago, in the borrowed office, nearly word for word. She let him reach the end of it this time. A yard crane went over, trailing chain. "Nora?" he said. "Form up is at 9:30, Captain," Vale said. "Protocol will want you early." She went up the ramp. Inside, the passages were sheeted in yard plastic, and half the lighting ran on shore power, dimmer than the ship's own. In the drive bay, the casing stood open in its 11 sections, the refit master's chalk still across it in letters a hand high. Vale went aft past all of it to the workshop, where the light was on. Dawes stood at Silva's bench in dock fatigues, crates open on the deck around him, working the loose tools back onto the shadow board. Painted outlines, each labeled in small square capitals, half of them empty. Rook came through from the spine passage with an armload of chrome, set each piece on the bench end, and went out again without a word. "Gauges are by the hatch," Dawes said, with his back to her. "Pulled them before the yard tagged the aft lockers. Crate signed over to you already." "Thank you." She set her cases down and stayed. "The kid keeps finding 'em," Dawes said. He matched a spanner to its outline. "Every job on this ship he stopped in the middle of. Frame 140, the scrubber housing. I quit counting."
He held one tool back from the sorting, a torque driver, the grip worn past its knurling, and set it on the bench apart from the rest. That one was in the collar housing. He had it out on the anchor. He set it true with one finger and went on with the next. There was a mess tin on the hot plate, Doc's stew, half gone. Dawes filled the lid without being asked and put it on the clear end of the bench, and Vale sat on a crate and ate it while he worked. "They give you the chair?" he said. "Endowed. That the kind that can't take back?" "I'll ask." Rook came in with another armload. This time he stayed, at the far end of the bench, sorting washers into a tin by size, at the edge of the light. Dawes fitted a driver home, and another, and then stood with his hands on the bench. "I fly the launch log at night. There's a version where I pull us out when I called it, 8 minutes earlier. I fly that one most."
"The last 4 keels don't cross in that version," Vale said. 1,140 people. I built it on the transit, every start point the log supports. She set the spoon down in the tin. "There isn't a version where the anchor holds without him. I looked." 8 minutes, Dawes said, and put the next tool up. For a while there was only the sorting, chrome on wood, and the shore power hum. "The board will sit on it a year," Dawes said. "More. The board sets its own calendar." Funny. A hinge pin. Home. "The only flag in the Reach that would have run your numbers page 1 is the one that was shooting at us." "Yes," Vale said. "Rook's berthed aboard through the refit," Dawes said, in the tone of a man changing the subject on purpose. "Yard's letting him watch the shipwrights. He's got the hands for it." At the end of the bench, Rook went on sorting washers, as if none of this concerned him, and got the smallest tin filled, and started on the next. Dawes came to the bench drawer last. Pencil stubs, a spring gauge, a coil of lock wire, and a book. Paper. Board covers gone soft at the corners. He turned it over once, and put it down next to her tin. His daybook. He ran it on paper, on top of the yard log, his whole life. Dawes went back to the board. 4 years of that mast reading high in the aft quarter, and every tech in Seoul telling him it was the array. A tool, home. "It's not expedition data, it's nobody's but his." Another. "He'd sooner you had it than a crate." Vale wiped her fingers and opened it where it fell open. Columns in a small square hand, dated, ruled by eye. She turned back to the front, stopped there, closed it, and put it in the gray case, which had been empty since 7:30. "Thank you," she said. "Form-up's 9:30, Dawes said. "They read him first. The citation's right, finally." "I'm on the 0600 down." "I know. A driver. Home. Weather at the fields high cloud, wind out of the west, light, a good morning to fly." Vale stood and took up the gray case. "Best map maker alive," Dawes said, "and they're going to spend you on undergraduates. Somebody ought to warn them." "Goodbye, Wade." "Doctor." He was already back at the board. Rook had the gauge crate up before she reached it. He walked it down the gantry ahead of her and set it on the dolly at the dock head, and stood a moment with his hands in his pockets at the edge of the lamplight. "Back home," Rook said, "the maps that kept you alive were the ones nobody stamped." Then he went back up the ramp. Vale took the dolly and the case and went up the ring. Her quarters were crates. The bunk was made, and the desk was clear except for the receipt, which was where she had left it. The slate showed the berth confirmed and Wells's message marked for the morning. Vale took the daybook out of the gray case before she slept. The first entry was 4 years old, the hand smaller and neater than it stayed. Aft quarter high, array clean. Third time. noting it anyway. Below it, a week on, the same. Below that, the same reading, the same clean array, the same last word, entry after entry to the bottom of the ruled page and over it. Vale read to the end of the first page and no further. She put the book back in the gray case, closed the latches, set the case by the hatch with the gauges, and put out the light.
Chapter 26. Wide Sky. The dress coat had spent the voyage sealed in a locker and smelled of it. Locke put it on at 5, quarters being nowhere to wait, and went down to the cradles to watch somebody else's shift at work on his ship. The Dawnward stood opened up under the yard lamps, dorsal plating off in sheets, tags on every hatch that mattered. On a flatbed by the gate, the old receiver mast lay in its slings, craned out whole the day before, tagged for the yard stores. The replacement stood on blocks beside it, wrapped. The refit ran through the honors day like any other day. A cutter crew out on the spine trailing slow orange sparks. The night foreman doing his rounds with a mug in one fist. High on the number 2 crane, somebody had run up a single length of survey blue. It was the yard's own. Nothing protocol had sent. The riggers had flown it for the engineer. "They read your man this morning," the foreman said, stopping at the gate beside him. "Morning shift's asked to stand down for the hour." He drank. "Granted, obviously. I'd have had a mutiny." "They read him first," Locke said. "So they should," the foreman said, and went back to his rounds.
At 6, the down shuttle dropped past the yard glass, ports lit, on time, and fell away toward the terminator. Secondments traveled on the first boat of the day. Locke had signed enough of them to know the schedule. He stood at the gate until the glass gave the shuttle up, and then went to be honored.
In the muster room off the main concourse, the ship's company formed up at 9:30 by watch order, caps under arms, creases still sharp in the blue, and a marshal from the protocol office went down the line, straightening things that were already straight. "Stand easy," Dawes told the juniors, low. "It's a ceremony. You stand where they put you, they thank you, nobody shoots. Easiest duty you'll draw all year." Sethi came up last from the visitor ring with a plaited red cord pinned above his ribbons, some Farron length of honor the protocol office had no regulation for. The marshal looked at it twice and moved on. The file ran engineer's watch, deck watch, survey watch, and closed up clean. Protocol had renumbered it 2 days ago, and there was nothing left in the order to see. Locke counted his people at the door anyway, out of the habit of every hatch and every ramp he had ever stood at, and came up one short in a place the Order of Honors had no line for. 40 minutes, sir, with the director's address, the marshal said, presenting the board for signature. The engineer is read first. Then you lead the crew across.
40 minutes, Locke signed. He had spent a working life 2 decks below days like this, and had liked them fine from down there. Let's not let it grow. The protocol office had rigged the dais against the ledger wall so that whoever stood on it stood under the full height of the map, the whole network live above them. Survey blue ran along every gantry rail. The dock crews had come in their own blue, the working kind. The route houses had sent people in better cloth. Cadets packed the upper rails 3 deep. Even the noodle stall had its shutter down, and its cook stood out front at the rail in a clean apron, keeping a place beside him for somebody still coming. On the south gallery, out of the crush, the Farron had the long rail. Elders in their stiff traveling best, the children down front, station light on wide dark eyes built for a redder light than this. Below the dais, front row center, Renwick was doing the seating himself. Locke watched him bring a small, straight woman down the row on his arm, the good gray coat, the shoes kept for weddings, and install her in the center seat, and bend to say something that made her laugh and glance up at the dais to be sure her son had witnessed her being made much of.
Locke had. Renwick came up the dais steps ahead of the honors and walked the crew rank end to end, a hand and a name for each of them, and reached Locke last. "Front row center," the director said, under the noise. "I keep my promises about front rows." They read Silva first. The concourse went quiet before anyone had to ask it to. Renwick took the lectern and read the citation himself. The protocol office had it right at last, and Renwick's hand was in every line that was right. "Chief Engineer Silva of the survey vessel Dawnward," he read, "who, with the launch corridor failing and the last 4 keels still to cross, went out onto the anchor and kept the road open with his hands until 1,140 souls had crossed it. The survey records that the road held. The record is his." The concourse came to its feet while Renwick was still a line from the end, the dock crews first and fastest, and stayed standing through the naming of the posthumous honor. On the south gallery, the Farron elders stood with their open hands out over the rail. Down at the edge of the crowd, in a borrowed dress jacket wrong at the shoulders, Rook stood the reading at a version of attention nobody had ever taught him. Locke crossed the dais and accepted the case on behalf of the ship's company. It was small and black and weighed nothing, and he carried it back to the line and stood with it level in both hands. Then the Order of Honors, and he led the crew across. Renwick put the medal on him with both hands and said something under the noise that didn't need an answer. Locke turned to face the concourse and smiled the smile the day was owed, and his thumb crossed his palm to the old yard callus and worked it, slow, while the cheering came up off the deck and broke against the wall behind him. Front row center, his mother had both hands pressed against her mouth, and her eyes over them were doing the thing he had wanted them to be doing all his grown life, badly and privately, and without ever once saying so, and it reached him sideways, around the edge of everything else he stood there carrying. Locke went back to his place in the line. Wells crossed after him and drew the loudest cheer of the morning from the cadet rails, and came back with her color high and her eyes forward. The new ribbon went on over Dawes' campaign rose and sat there like a guest. His thumb came up twice in the next 10 minutes to square it, and squared it, and it went on sitting the same. Sethi bowed to the south gallery before Renwick had the medal properly out of the case, and the gallery, all of it, bowed back. The rest of the ship's company crossed in watch order, and the concourse gave every one of them its full voice. Vale had declined a medal, in writing, with thanks, the protocol office still visibly recovering, and stood at the end of the dais rank in survey gray, clapping when the humans clapped, each time a half-beat behind, and between times watching the wall over the crowd's heads with an expression Locke had long ago stopped trying to name. Renwick spoke for 6 minutes and wasted none of them. "We sent them to draw a map," he said at the end, off the paper, plainly. "They drew it. They paid for it what roads cost. And the people they brought out of that closing dark are guests of this station tonight, up on the south gallery, which is the best answer I can give to anyone who asks me what a survey is for. Look after this crew. They have been a long way out for all of us." While the applause still ran, a burst of new marks resolved up to Sable Edge, gold arriving out of what had been blank 100 days ago, and the cheer doubled and turned from the dais to the map. Renwick stepped back from the lectern, smiling, one hand loose on the rail, and let the richest place anyone had ever built cheer its map for as long as it liked. The reception ran the length of the concourse.
Locke had built a sentence for the hands that arrived. The crew did it, I mostly signed things, and a sentence did its work, hand after hand, until his mouth could run it without him. A dock chief he'd known 30 years, a woman from the chancery with a card he put in his pocket unread. 2 captains he'd once served under, proud of him, saying so, and he thanked them with the sentence too. A chemist up from Marseille introduced herself as the one rewriting the visitor ring menus and told him the Ferren had taught her 3 words for barley. A routhouse man with New Reach fever on him wanted to know when the corridor licenses would open to the big carriers, whether there was room out there for everything that was coming. "It's a wide sky," Locke said, and the man laughed, satisfied, and took it away with him to say to somebody else. Every lens on the concourse pointed at the dais, the medals, or the map. Not one pointed at the south stair, where Sethi sat on the 3rd step with his jacket open and both hands going, deep in some story that required them, while the Ferren children corrected his grammar and an elder kept one hand flat on his shoulder the whole time.
Vale arrived at Locke's shoulder between handshakes, empty-handed at a reception, which in Vale amounted to a statement. "Heavy?" Vale said with a glance at the medal. "A little." "Good," Vale said, and went before any thanks could form in the vicinity. Dawes came with 2 glasses and handed one across. The new medal was already off him, gone wherever it had gone. "Kid stood himself a watch on the cradle tonight. Yard tags mean nothing to him yet. Somebody's got to teach him which ones bite." Locke took the small black case out of his coat and passed it over. "Take this down with you, then." "Wardroom?" "Wherever he'd see it." "Workshop," Dawes said, and it went into the pocket where his own already was. Dawes tipped his glass toward the front row. "Your mother's seen off 2 admirals holding your chair. Go and be somebody's son for an hour. The survey's had you all day." Wells caught him halfway to the front row, at the rail, guarding a buffet plate rather than eating from it. Along its whole far edge, the wall had gone from a thread to a weave, gold past counting.
"I keep looking at it," she said. "On the way in this morning I thought, now it stops being—" She started again. "I keep checking whether it's still beautiful. It keeps being beautiful. I thought one of those would have stopped by now." "Neither of them stops," Locke said. Wells watched the wall a while. "He'd have gone back down by now," she said. "An hour of this at the outside. He'd have taken the buffet." "Most of it," Locke said, and she laughed and caught herself and let the laugh stand. "2 cadets asked me this morning how they get the Sable posting." Wells turned the plate in her hands. "I heard myself telling them to run the phase pass 3 times, out loud, in his voice." "It's a good voice," Locke said. Toward the second set of the music, the protocol office wanted a photograph, the ship's company under the wall, for the survey's own halls. The marshal put them in watch order out of habit. As the frame settled, Wells stepped half out of it and pulled Rook in from the crowd's edge by the borrowed sleeve, and the marshal checked his manifest, and then checked Dawes's face, and found the manifest outvoted. The picture went into the survey's record with all of them in it. Rook lasted another half hour after that. Locke marked him going up the yard side in the borrowed jacket, collar already open, and lost him at the lift that went down to the cradles, walking like a man going somewhere he meant to be. His mother stood up as he came to the front row and straightened the medal the marshal had straightened that morning, and looked at him the whole time she was doing it. "You're thin," she said, "and your collar's a disgrace. Who dressed you?" "Protocol office." "Well," she put her thumb to the ribbon once, quick, testing it like wet paint. "Your brother would have stood on his chair," she said, whistling. "They'd have escorted him out." "They would have tried." She took his arm in both hands. "Now walk me down and show me this map everyone keeps cheering at. I want the tour from the man himself." By evening,
The concourse had loosened without emptying. Down the ring every public plate carried the sable edge, and 2 berths over a freighter crew had rigged deck lights and got up a smaller, louder ceremony of their own. On the concourse the lamps were up, the music had found its level, and the wall stood at the end of everything, the whole reachable network in light, gold by the thousand. Even now, hours in, people came to stand under it in ones and twos, tipping their heads back. Locke walked his mother down the middle of it. People made room for the metal, and a few made room for him. Up close, the wall stopped being aglow and became particular, junction by junction, route by route, every mark carrying its small print of provenance for anyone alive to read. "Show me where you went," his mother said. Locke put his hand up into the light. Saw the near lanes thick with 60 years of gold, the span, the one long thread of the crossing, then the sable weave, new made, still filling. "We came out of the crossing here. First mark we set is that one, the plain one under the bright cluster. It looks like nothing." "It looks like all the others," her mother said. "That's the work."
How long did that one thread take you? She meant the crossing. 16 days out. And home? Longer. And their town? She nodded up toward the south gallery without taking her eyes off the wall. Those people, where's their town? Locke moved his hand a width. There. That one's Austria. His mother looked at that mark longer than she had looked at any of the others, and tightened her hold on his arm by a little, and asked nothing else. Up the sable edge, while they stood there, a fresh burst resolved, medium pause, gold arriving, mark after proven mark, routes closing true behind ships that had crossed within the hour, medium pause, and the cheer went up again, down the whole length of the concourse, and his mother cheered with it, her hand still on his arm. In the middle of the new weave, where a dozen fresh routes had already narrowed into a single crossing and the traffic ran heaviest, one mark, medium pause, gold since the Dawnward first set it, medium pause, went blank and stayed. Under the wall, the length of the bright concourse, the crowd went on cheering the widening sky.
And there it is, the end of Wide Sky. Thank you for listening, truly. If these hours stayed with you, I'd love to know what you made of it, so jump down into the comments and tell me what you thought. It's the best part of doing this. And this is only one thread of a much larger story. The Fracture Cosmology continues, an entire universe being brought to life on this channel, book by book. Subscribe, and you won't miss what comes next. If you'd rather not wait for the next reading, every book is on Amazon, and the link is in the description below, so you can always read ahead. And if you want to go deeper, ship schematics, blueprints, star charts, and companion material for the whole universe, it's all waiting at the website, fracturedcosmology.xyz, linked below. Until the next chapter of the story, thank you for listening, and safe travels out there.